Since we've reached the hour of 9 o'clock, we'll go ahead and call to order this meeting of the Placer County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, May 28th. We begin this meeting as we do all of our meetings with a flag salute, this time led by Supervisor Gustafson.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, before we take up the consent agenda, because I know that there are a number of department heads who hang out for consent and then might peel out after we pass consent, and I know some people are hanging out over in conference room A. I want to let department heads know that I'm going to take department items a little bit out of order. Want to make sure that I get through a couple of them before one of our colleagues needs to leave. In the event that we're unable to get to all the business before she needs to leave, I want to make sure that we take item 11A, 12A and C, and 13A. So we will take our department head items in that order, with 11A going first, and then 12A and C, and then 13A. So just putting department heads on notice that I'm going to need you in here in that order for those items. With that, go ahead and go to consent. Any board members have anything on the consent calendar they want removed for discussion? Seeing none, I'm sorry, Todd?
Yeah, Supervisor, I would like to consider item 24B pulled off consent for discussion. We'd like to make a clarification.
Okay, find it here.
Public Works.
Digging way back.
Page 10.
24B, okay, highway safety sign improvements, all right. All right, 24B will be removed for discussion. Seeing none others up here, any member of the public have anything on the consent calendar they would like removed for conversation? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion on remaining items on consent, absent 24B.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, Gore, second, Wackhand. But a close bronze was Supervisor Gustafson. I want to go ahead and award that bronze. At least you podiumed. We'll go ahead and have a roll call, please.
Gore. Wygant.
Yep.
Holmes.
Yes.
Gustafson. Euler.
Aye, thank you very much. All right, why don't we go ahead and take 24B right now? We're prepared to address that one.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. My name's Ken Grimm with Department of Public Works. Today we're asking you, and I actually appreciate the opportunity to clarify this next item, which is our Highway Safety Improvement Program project, HSIP project for this year. Today we're asking you to approve the plans and specifications for the project and authorizing the advertisement for construction bids. Project proposes to make safety improvements, roadway safety improvements, at 19 locations throughout the western portion of the county. Most of those involve signing, striping, some resurfacing, and some lighting. There's also one traffic signal at the intersection of Cabot Stallman and Auburn Folsom Road. Construction cost is estimated at about $2.1 million. There is a funding plan that's mentioned in your board item. Just want to clarify today that we actually are working towards, there may be some revision to that. So we're looking that when we come back to award a project later in the summer, that funding plan is subject to revision in your board's approval. And so that's the only clarification I want to make today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions by board members? I don't see any. Any members of the public have any question on this item? All right, do we have a motion?
Move approval.
All right, the motion, Wygant, the second, Gustafson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All in favor, please say aye. Were you guys heard from down there? Okay, thank you very much. Uncharacteristically shy of you guys this morning. All right, having dispensed with the consent calendar, we move on to public comment. This is the time when any member of the public can address the board on any item that is not on the agenda, knowing that the board cannot take action on items raised in public comment. ask that you, first of all, identify yourself. Good morning, Mr. Vaughn. Identify yourself for the board, and please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. Wow. Nice to see you this morning. I haven't been here in a while, but needless to say, I know most of you after being here for almost 2.5 years to talk about the same topic. It's zoning. You have a handout.
I'm sorry, I do need you to identify yourself for the record, sir.
Scott Vaughn,
Thank you.
I thought you did for me.
I know. I should.
Scott Vaughn, Granite Bay. I'm here to talk once again about a mini storage facility, 15 acres, 700 RVs and boats in a residentially zoned neighborhood. And so as I bring it up, I'm here for open and transparent government, non-selective enforcement for your planning commissioner who runs, operates, owns, and constructed the latest one of these facilities in my neighborhood. The county allows him to run businesses. You don't call it running businesses, but since 5 or 10 landscaping trucks run out of there every morning, not to mention construction, window washers, solar installers, up and down a residential street next to the park, that's what I call running a business out of there. So what I've included here is some of the background, because as you know, we are in legal action with the county. We've now reached an appeal, and I've gone through every single document associated with this that the county could produce. And so over the next couple of times, I'll go through those. But what I wanted to bring up first of all is the zoning regulations that you pass. The zoning that this board founds, the whole way Placer County is designed and fundamentally constructed is based on zoning. Everything is based on zoning. And so from that point of view, what I've given you here is that mini storage never has been allowed in residential zoning. In 1990, there was individual storage lockers, which weren't allowed in residential. In 1995, you passed an ordinance. In fact, Supervisor Wygant and Supervisor Euler, if you'll see in my handout packet, here's the ordinance, 1995. You will see the A's were Supervisor Wygant and Supervisor, you were there. As part of that, you will see the zoning table included in that zoning ordinance that was passed. And you will see that it says mini storage is not allowed in residential. Okay, that was 1995. Finally, you will see the very first building permit pulled for this facility, 1997, 2 years after the zoning ordinance was passed. Illegal per your own code, per 17, whatever the heck it is again. I can't remember it. I should have it memorized. But the point being that you sit here and you don't do anything. You allow these businesses to run up and down my yard, my neighborhood. You allow no landscaping. And you say, we're about laws and rules and regulations. I say you're not. And so that's why we have legal action. We will continue to have legal action for however long it takes. Thank you.
Thank you. Council want to address the issue of the zoning versus the specific plan agreement for the development of Tree Lake, and do you have any need to address that at this point, or would you rather not?
Considering that this is under litigation and that's the main issue in the litigation on appeal, I prefer not to.
Okay, all right, thank you, fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. All right, please.
Good morning, Paula Bertonson, Forest Hill, self-appointed activist. I like to be transparent on that in my activities as they relate to a grassroots movement underway on the use of general fund tax dollars. I am here to share progress made over the past 2 weeks. Published an opinion piece in the Auburn Journal titled, "Placer County Stop Using General Fund Tax Dollars to Subsidize Failed Fire Zones." Met with District 3 and District 5 supervisors and staff to discuss an outline for a substantive presentation planned for August 5 at the next Forest Hill Forum. The communities of Forest Hill, Placer Hills, Newcastle, and Penryn are planning to send representatives to hear the report from the county and the ad hoc subcommittee. Submitted another opinion piece to Forest Hill Messenger for its next issue and coordinated with the owner of the paper to cover this topic as breaking news, as it is of great interest to the residents of Forest Hill. Engaging Forest Hill through proactive media, social posts to educate on the issue, and publishing meeting dates so they can support the cause. Interacting with business owners and the public at large during shopping expeditions in and around Placer County. Conducting one-on-one meetings and joining cross-community bunco games to garner support in other foothill communities. It's killing me, that part. Reached out to the League of Women Voters, meeting with industry experts to further refine my knowledge of what solutions have been contemplated to fix the disparity in funding. I'm making good headway, and it has only been 2 weeks. I'm pleased that the general public is quick to understand the issue, including those who resides in the zones of benefit. What disturbs me, though, is Mr. Holmes' assumption that the subsidy will continue for several years into the future. Anything more than 1 year is too long, as there are other communities in need. As for needing years, I met with retired Fire Chief Ian Gow, who has been working on a solution with a team of other industry experts in the county for well over 5 years, and has suggestions on how this could be addressed timely. I asked him, what would it take for you to be heard? Mr. Gow said a meeting with the county and presidents of the board from interested fire districts. This seems reasonable, as it would provide leaders an opportunity to present a plan which could result in a viable solution that strengthens the fire protection services in Placer County to the benefit of all. Thank you for your time. I'm looking forward to a productive and worthwhile presentation by the county on August 5 in Forest Hill. And for your benefit, I have a copy here of the planned article for the Forest Hill Messenger, and also the one that was in the Auburn Journal in case you missed it. And thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Scott Johnson. I reside in District 5, 15215 Bancroft Road, Auburn, 95602. This morning I sent each of you an email. I'm here to speak on the environmental impact report for the Sunset Area Plan and the Placer Ranch Specific Plan. I provided you in that email with links to 2 video presentations, one on the county's plan and the site analysis, and the other on the citizen-initiated smart growth plan that we're asking the county to reopen the draft EIR and consider as an alternative. I have for you today, and I'll provide one copy. There you go. A 25-page letter from the firm that AEL, the Coalition of Environmental Groups, commissioned to analyze the draft EIR for those 2 plans. And if you respond to the email, I can send you a digital version of that. I can read you as much as will fit, and probably it'll all fit into my 3 minutes from the beginning of that firm's analysis. They say, after carefully reviewing the draft EIR for the proposed project, we have concluded that it fails to comply with the requirements of CEQA. The Public Resources Code, Section 21,000, the draft EIR violates CEQA because it fails to identify any alternatives that would substantially reduce or eliminate even one of the project's 60 significant unavoidable impacts. The county cannot ignore its obligation to analyze options to achieve its goals in a more sustainable way. The draft EIR is fundamentally errs in failing and to consistently and accurately describe the proposed project. Much of the analysis is based on the assumption that the project will bring tens of thousands of primary wage earners to the area, but even the county elsewhere acknowledges that these jobs are unlikely to materialize, and the project's future residents will be stuck commuting significant distances. These false assumptions undermine the integrity of much of the draft EIR's analysis. According to the draft EIR's own admission, the project will result in significant and unavoidable impacts in virtually every impact category, including aesthetics, agricultural resources, air quality, archaeological resources, biological resources, geology and soils, greenhouse gas emissions, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology, and water use. So you can read the rest, including court cases that show that the county is required to consider alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, step forward. Are you going to comment, ma'am? Anybody else who wants to comment on a public comment on something not on the agenda, this is the time to do it.
I'm Bev Anderson from 283220, 28320 Secret Town Court, Colfax, District 5. And I'm with Auburn Presbyterian Church and working with Placer People of Faith together. And I see that 211 is on the agenda today. Thank you for continuing to hopefully come to a point where we can connect with the rest of the state and the nation in the use of this effective system. It will help everyone in the county to have equal access to the services the county and non-profit or agencies provide instead of being left behind. As a resident in the rural area of Placer County, east of Colfax, I know how much help this would be to rural people who don't come to Auburn without a purpose and prior knowledge of where to go, if they can help it. This is especially true of seniors and people to whom the gas to come is a consideration. To have a way to get information 24/7, 365 would be a major help. I've thought recently of a young mother picking up her child from daycare on the way home from work, where she has had a major project requiring her presence the next day. She is told that the lady who usually cares for her child will be unavailable the rest of the week. What does she do? If she lived in most counties in California, she could call 211 and get the name and phone number of a provider near her to contact, as they have covered openings. In Placer County, if she doesn't have a backup available, she may be out of luck, as after 5 p.m. help is not likely available. There is in the Tahoe area, there is a 3-county collaborative. Both Nevada County and the state of Nevada have 211. That's including Washoe County. They have 211, but people here in Placer County can access the resources of the collaborative. Those people can access the resources easily. But if the third member, Placer County, a call to 211 gets you silence. I hope 211 is coming soon. I hope that's on your agenda.
Yes, thank you. And I would remind folks that the public comment is time for items that are not on the agenda. If it is on the agenda today, if you'd hold your comments until we take up that item. The 211 item is going to be heard. It's a timed item at 10:35 this morning. So anybody else who wants to comment on 211, if you would just hold your comments until that time. Ma'am, you have a comment on something not on today's agenda?
That's correct.
Please, step forward.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Berkema, and I reside in Granite Bay. I'm here to talk about, I was here last time for White Hawks 2. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to respectfully disagree with legal counsel who said that my assertion for a Brown Act violation was unfounded. So what I'd like to do is basically talk about there were traffic and modified conditions that were not in the staff report. The applicant brought those modified conditions to the Placer Planning Commission, and the legal counsel at the time, Clayton Cook, said that errata would be forthcoming. So the items were discussed during the meeting. The traffic engineer misrepresented the data that she presented to the Planning Commission. She left off intersections, and when called on that, the legal said that they would be errata forthcoming. So the Planning Commission then went on to recommend an EIR with traffic missing from the package, which I find odd, and the traffic engineer assured the Planning Commission that there were no significant impacts. When this hit your board, there was a significant and unavoidable impact in the traffic. The errata was not produced for the latest comments that were presented. What's troublesome about this is legal did not mention that they were Brown Act violations. The corrective action should have been, oh, you're not ready, you don't have your data, come back when you have your data. That didn't happen. So then the Planning Commission, after recommending, it was dismissed, and I brought that up here, and Supervisor Gore said she wanted to hear about this. I would ask for the board members to go look at the staff report, look at the modified conditions and the data, and I still would expect to hear from Placer County on the Brown Act violations. It's very disturbing that one can just come to a meeting and have ad hoc data. There were easement changes made in the meeting based on the applicant's data that was presented. I would also ask the CEO investigate the traffic engineering issues that are being brought forward on not only White Hawk 2, but other projects. The traffic survey in 2016 was found to be faulty by an independent firm. Since then, we've been waiting and waiting and waiting for a traffic study. We don't have it. And so traffic engineers are just throwing down data, and then when challenged, they keep errata upon errata upon errata. It's not fair to the citizens of Granite Bay and District 4 to have to look at and defend traffic when they're not the experts, but they're having to actually go in and evaluate this. To misrepresent data and actually lie in public and present this to the Planning Commission is unacceptable, and I hope that becomes investigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to address the board under public comment? Good morning.
Good morning, Commission, Board of Supervisors. My name is Judy Eisman. I'm with Protect Royal Placer, and I'm here to discuss the Parks and Trails Master Plan, specifically the Hidden Falls Expansion Project. And I just want to let you know that last week when we attended, members of Protect Royal Placer attended the Planning Commission, I was a bit disappointed to see that in the packet that was presented to the Planning Commission, there were also 10 letters in favor of the Parks and Trails Master's Plan, that there was none that were showing any opposition. I considered that not a very fair representation of the individuals that reside in Placer County, especially North Auburn and Lincoln. Also, I just wanted to bring you up to date on May 10th, Andy Fisher, who's the Parks Administrator for the specific plan. Him and I had a conversation as well as some email exchange, and he is now moving the action item in June to have you approve the Parks and Trails Master's Plan until after the SEIR has been, the whole review period has been completed. He expects that to be somewhere in the fall. We have been waiting for the draft SEIR since last year, and we were told it was coming in May, then June. Now we're hearing July, so that's the time frame on that. On the Planning Commission information that was presented, there was a list of 10 big ideas that pertain to the Parks and Trails Master Plan. And items 2, connect people to nature and open space. Item 6, activate public spaces. And item 7, funding and maintenance, develop partnerships. That is already being done in those areas that the Hidden Falls Expansion Project is being proposed. And that is in the way of through Placer Legacy, Placer Land Trust, the Conservatory. There are docent-led hikes, many occurring during the week as well as on weekends. If you go to Chit Chat Auburn, you'll see that you can sign up for a docent-led hike happening very within the next few weeks with Placer Land Trust. This is one of the safest ways to have individuals that are going to be on that property hiking. For one, if there was to be a fire, and we know that that is one of our greatest concerns right now, because the chiefs, the captains have come here and told you that it is not when it's a where, and it's going to be a firestorm. It's going to be a when. When is this going to happen? So we are concerned as citizens because how are you going to have hundreds of people evacuated off this? With the docent-led hiking that you have, you know where the people are, you know how to contact them, and you know how to evacuate them, as well as having the individuals that live in that area. One short moment, when in 2009, there was a fire on Highway 49, and people were being evacuated around 49 onto Bell Road, and that road was packed. So we are asking you to be considerate of the farming, the agriculture, not to have that spoiled, as well as be concerned with the people and the residents who live in that area, as well as those that would be recreation there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else under public comment here in Auburn? All right, not seeing anybody in Auburn. Anybody up in Tahoe under public comment? Nobody in Tahoe under public comment, okay. All right, we are at board member and county executive reports. Any of my colleagues have anything they wish to report out? Supervisor Holmes?
Oh, hi, I just wanted to inform the board that last week, or maybe 8 days ago, we lost a true American hero, Shig Yakoti, who was a member of the 442nd Regimental Combat Team. These were the Japanese Americans that fought in World War II. Shig was at the dedication of the Go for Broke statue. He was 102. Very hardy and a very friendly and forgiving man. So just want to recognize him today. And I'll ask that we close the Board of Supervisors meeting in his honor.
Thank you. All right, anybody else have anything? All right, seeing none, I'll just add that Gina, today's your last day. Last board meeting, I should say. Last board meeting assisting our board after 22 plus years with the county. Is that right? So Gina started over in environmental health and then went to, public works for a little while and planning, and then finished up here. And not only do you have the obligation to have to sit there every 2 weeks and listen to us, but you also serve for the Assessment Appeals Board and one other, I believe. You act as clerk for one other, I think.
City selection.
What's that?
City selection.
Oh, that's it. Okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to thank you for your service and let you know that we'll miss you. Hopefully you're going to go do something fun when you leave here. Good for you. All right. Thank you. Okay. We will go ahead and move on to our first timed item. That is a 905 item. This is a commendation that Supervisor Holmes is presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my great honor to bring forward this commendation, and I want to thank Pam Deere, who brought this to our attention. This is a matter of a commendation and memorandum of David O'Brien, recognize him for dedicated volunteer service with the Placer County Grand Jury. And whereas Dave O'Brien served on the Placer County Grand Jury during the 2012-13 Grand Jury year and half of the 2013-2014 Grand Jury year, and whereas as a member of the 2012-2013 Placer County Grand Jury, Dave joins his fellow jurors in examining important local issues revolving around criminal justice, a local fire district, land use issues, emergency operation plans for a local education institution, the status of planned parks and open space, and public agency fleet operations. Whereas recognizing a need for upgraded equipment and capabilities for the Placer County Grand Jury, Dave returned to the Grand Jury during the 2014-2015 Grand Jury year as the technical coordinator, where he created and implemented an information technology training program. And whereas in addition to upgrading the technological capabilities of the Grand Jury offices to include access to Citrix, which provides access to the county's computer network, Dave was also instrumental in acquiring new tables, chairs, and whiteboards, as well as spearheading improvements to the restrooms and phone systems in the office. Dave's hard work and determination made the grand jury space more comfortable for meeting with members of the public and allowed the grand jury to stay better connected. And whereas so varied were Dave's incredible contributions to the Placer County Grand Jury that the 2013-2014 final report included the following credit. A valuable person who, as technical coordinator, helped get us started in the grand jury communication system was Dave O'Brien of Rockland. And whereas Dave worked for electronic engineering companies in Silicon Valley for 23 years before founding the O'Brien Management Group, Dave enjoyed volunteering for multiple community projects and spending time with his family. He is survived by his sons, Kevin and Dennis. Now therefore, let it be known that the above commendation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer at a regular meeting held May 28, 2019, on behalf of the citizens of Placer County. The Board of Supervisors acknowledge in memorandum, with great appreciation, the exceptional volunteer service of David O'Brien. And I'll bring this down. Who am I going to? Oh, we'll get it by the lectern. And you're
Dennis O'Brien.
Dennis. Well, we're going to have a photo taken. I'll present that to you, and if, I don't know if you wanted to say a few words, or if someone from your group wanted to say a few words.
Sure, I'll say a few words.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much.
You betcha.
My dad passed away just a couple of years ago, and one of the things that he always said about himself was he was just a simple guy. And it's very exciting to see that a simple guy can do something good to help others and be recognized for it. So thank you so much for this. It means so much.
Thank you, and I do need your name for the record.
Oh, sure. Dennis O'Brien.
Thank you so much for being here this morning. Really appreciate your service and your dad's service. It means a lot to the county when people are willing to donate their time and dedicate the number of hours that he did in service on the grand jury. So thank you very much for sharing him with us.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Okay, we will move on to our 9:10 time. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. You're right. Do we have a motion to approve the commendation that was just presented?
I move approval. Second.
We have a motion, Holmes, second, Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none. Thank you. All right, now, thank you. We will move on to the Gold Country Fair Heritage Foundation. This is a presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Sherry Conway, Director of Economic Development. The Gold Country Fair Heritage Foundation's mission is to enhance the Gold Country Fair by providing financial support for educational projects that help the community and appreciation for agriculture and our natural resources. Foundation is dedicated to projects that benefit the fair and improving its facilities in the belief that the fairgrounds are an invaluable asset to the community and that a viable fair association enables local civic and social groups to enjoy these benefits. I'm joined today by Elisa Noble, who's going to provide your board with an update on some of the new and exciting projects that are underway at the Gold Country Fair.
Wonderful, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I believe we have a PowerPoint. Talk
Here's
to me.
hoping.
Talk to me.
Should have the. Rest assured, they're scrambling right now, trying to figure it out. She didn't get up and walk out on you. She went back.
Oh, I understand. Do you
On
wanna
the
go to the next
podium
slide?
there is the little remote control. Okay, perfect. So once it hits the screen, you'll at least be able to control it. Anything else you'd like to talk about? When are the fair dates this year? The fair dates are...
Absolutely, Dawn.
September 5th through the 8th, and we're celebrating 130 years.
September 5th through the 8th, celebrating 130. I think Supervisor Holmes was there for the first one. You remember it well, don't you, Jim? Still got that cotton candy stain on your shirt, don't you?
Chairman, what we could do is, I just would like to introduce the boards of both. So the foundation.
Okay.
Maybe we'll give a little background, because I know there often is confusion between the Fair Board, which is actually the 20th Agricultural District.
Okay.
And then the foundation, which is the affiliate nonprofit, a 501c3.
Okay.
So this will be on your first slide, but we might as well spend just a bit of time on it. So 130 years, as Dawn said, for the fair, and really the background is that starting in about 2010, state fairs throughout California started losing state funding. Some of you may recall that. And so really fairs throughout the state went ahead and created affiliate nonprofits to help with fundraising and agricultural education, are kind of the two main areas. And so the foundation was established in 2015, so we're still relatively new, but obviously able to learn from our partners throughout the state that have been doing it a bit longer than us. But we do have folks from both boards here, and so I want to make sure that you folks have an opportunity to know who they are. So from the Fair Board, would the Fair Board members stand and wave so they know who you are? Like many volunteer boards, these folks put in countless hours, so we really appreciate them. And then from the foundation board, I think we've got two of our folks, Steph and Yvette. Is Yvette here? Where'd she go?
Oh.
Oh, okay. And then many of you know, but if you don't already, Don Alis is the Fair CEO. And just to add to the confusion, he was on the foundation board and really served as the first sort of foundation staff person. And so now he's the CEO, and the foundation has hired Samantha Fish, who's been on board just about a year as the executive director. So that's sort of our first executive director. She's done a great job getting up to speed and doing some really great work to help us leverage what we've already started on.
Okay.
Would you like me to
Why don't you just go ahead and we'll proceed, and what we could certainly do as well is provide you an opportunity to come back in the future, especially as we get closer to fair time, to remind folks about what's going on with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead and proceed.
Okay. And please ask questions at any point. And so just to reiterate, the Fair Board, the Fair Foundation mission is to help with fundraising, sponsorship, and income. Obviously, there's things that nonprofits can do that state agencies cannot, and then to also facilitate the ag education and natural resource type events. And so since we started about 4 years ago, we've established and collaborated on about 5 annual fundraising events, and collaborating with the fair on many events to support community engagement. We provide scholarships to graduating seniors. And we also have implemented an Ag Day in March and Ag Venture at the Gold Country Fair, which are ag education opportunities for kids. So Ag Day, for example, we get 500 4th through 6th graders that come to the fairgrounds, and they get to rotate through stations where all of our farmers, our local farmers and ranchers donate their time on different stations to teach students about agriculture and natural resources in our county. So,
Though it doesn't help, the audience do know that we have.
You do have the slides.
We do have printouts. Oh, is
Awesome.
it? Okay, yeah. We do have the printout of your presentation.
Fantastic.
We're following
Thank you.
along
So
with
you
it.
can follow me. Perfect.
Yes, yes.
Perfect. And so let me just back up a moment and say thank you for having us. And really our purpose is just give you a bit of a status update and then tell you about our main project that we're working on right now in conjunction with the Fair Board. Okay. Great. I'm glad you have those.
Yep.
And so really the foundation tries to make a bit of a distinction between paying for deferred maintenance, because obviously we know the fairgrounds has a variety of needs and opportunities, but we as the foundation try to fund things that are going to specifically add value and opportunities for return on investment. Obviously working in conjunction with the Fair Board as to define those priorities. And so you've got the pretty pictures. Yay! All right, just in time for pretty pictures. All right. Yeah. Oh. All right, so pretty pictures. That wants to go too forward when I hit it. Please stay. And let me be sure to say that these projects were not entirely done by the foundation. There were obviously partners. But if you haven't already seen the new updated stage, obviously it's beautiful and provides, you know, all kinds of rental opportunities that weren't there before. So that's the Barefoot Wine and Bubbly stage. This is what was the former museum. It's now the Auburn Host Lions building, and beautiful redwood work in there. I promise I am not hitting that. There we go. So that redwood is actually repurposed from the redwoods that used to be on the grounds that folks got very upset about when they were cut down, but they were actually diseased and were a risk to the fairgrounds, so they needed to be cut down, but then we were able to repurpose them, and definitely credit to Don Alis on his vision for this. But it is a beautiful building. We're working on adding a small kitchenette and bathroom so that it does have even more rental value. This doesn't look like anything huge, but this is what we call our JLA overlook, which is Junior Livestock Auction. So if any of y'all haven't been to the Junior Livestock Auction at the fair, I highly recommend that. That's where our 4-H and FFA students sell their projects and get to put a little money into the college fund. There were just some basic improvements that needed to be made, but really helped with kind of the flow in that area that supports everything that the Junior Livestock Auction is doing. And then these are the horse barns, as you know, the Tevis Cup, and certainly we've got all kinds of other opportunities. Why does it go forward 2 when I only hit it once? And I'm not even... All right, anyway, horse barns, updated, look great, much more safe for our horses and our folks that are coming and using those facilities. Okay, current project, Placer Building renovation. Who has been to an event in Placer Hall? Raise your hand. More hands than that. Raise your hands. All right. So we know that this is our biggest building, and it's the one that's used the most for a number of events by civic and community organizations, as well as individuals for quinceañeras and weddings and whatnot. I am not touching any. Seriously. All right, so here are pretty pictures of what it could look like. If somebody, please feel free to jump in if you know something I don't. So pretty pictures of renovating Placer Hall and making it, not just fixing what needs to be fixed, but making it an awesome new, do you people see that I am not touching anything? I feel like, where's the computer? Like maybe we should just hit the arrow buttons. So obviously updating this really pretty picture. We'd be happy to show you more in more detail. We've done some basic, gotten some basic design concepts and costs. I'm not even gonna touch it. And so here's our, you know, very estimated cost. People see that I actually sat that down. I really want to point out here the commercial culinary kitchen. We've already been in discussions, Dawn in particular, with local high schools to provide educational opportunities and job skills training. Obviously, it would increase the facility rental value and opportunities. So that would be a key component. We are looking at, obviously, a phased approach to a $1.9 million project, and we would be doing much more, you know, going out to the community and seeing where we can get things in kind, et cetera, et cetera. So the annual rental revenues of that building have already been going up with Dawn's great work, and certainly if that building is refreshed, there's great opportunity there. As I mentioned, we've done conceptual drawings. And a detailed professional cost estimate. We're looking at the phased approach. Thank you. Beautiful, thank you. So the roof and ceiling at about $135,000 is the first. We've all been in that building and seen, you know, it needs some work, and that's the first thing, but we need to do it all at once, right? We're not going to fix the ceiling until we fix the roof. Dedicated funds raised, the foundation is likely going to be at more than that. That just was from last year that we dedicated to that project. The fairgrounds is going to kick some in. And then we're developing a much more comprehensive capital campaign. So really at the beginning stages, we do have tentative commitments from some local businesses for the HVAC system, which would be huge, sound system, and then also looking at a U.S. Department of Agriculture Rural Development grant and other grant opportunities. Next slide, please. Now that we're there. So our vision is for the Placer Building to be a hub of community involvement, economic development, and educational opportunities. Next slide, please. What are the potential opportunities for Placer County involvement? So obviously we are cognizant that it is a state-owned facility, but certainly as we work to upgrade and renovate many of the areas of the fairgrounds, there are great opportunities for return on investment for the county as well. And so Sherry and I think already have a meeting scheduled to talk with economic development and other staff where we can look at potentially partnering. Are there any questions?
Any questions by board members on the presentation? Supervisor Holmes.
I just have a comment. I just appreciate the work that you've done, and Don and Samantha. The Heritage Foundation is keeping this project moving forward. It is a great amenity for the city of Auburn and for the county. And no, I wasn't there at 139 years ago, but my grandfather was there only because they had 5-cent beers.
Well, selling beer at the fair is one of our main fundraisers, so I'm not sure we can go back to 5-cent beer.
Okay, all right. Well, I'd be there.
You
I'll be there.
drive your gate, that's for sure. You definitely increase the gate.
Thank you, Supervisor.
No.
All right. I don't see any other comments by board members. Thank you very much for the presentation. You did a marvelous job of navigating it in spite of the gremlins in the machine taking over for you.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you so much. And no action is required on that one, right? That was just a presentation. Okay, I didn't screw anything up that time? Okay, good. We'll go ahead and move on then. Our 920 item is a Health and Human Services item. This is a presentation regarding designating June as Elder Abuse Awareness Month in Placer County.
Thank you, and you'll be happy to know we don't have a PowerPoint presentation.
All right. There's one less thing that can go wrong.
Good morning, Chairman Euler and fellow board members. We thank you for the opportunity to address the board today in honor of Elder Abuse Awareness Month. My name is Colby Hightoff, and I am the program manager with the Health and Human Services Adult System of Care, Older Adult Services, which includes Adult Protective Services. Today, I am here with Shannon Quigley, the elder abuse prosecutor from the Placer County District Attorney's Office.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Every day, we work together to combat elder abuse. But each year, the number of older adults in Placer County rises, and in turn, the number of seniors who need our help rises. Many of our seniors struggle to live independently, require assistance in their daily lives, lack the resources they so desperately need, and become more vulnerable to abuse as they age. This is not just a problem for our older adults, this is a problem for our community. Because each victim is someone's family, someone's neighbor, someone's friend. Our team, Placer Protect, is an elder abuse task force comprised of law enforcement, adult protective services, and nonprofit agencies dedicated to assisting elder abuse victims and preventing abuse through outreach and awareness. Protect was founded on the idea that if we work together, we could better support our older adult community, and each year our team grows. Each year we face new circumstances and new challenges, but together as a team, we work to find new solutions. Solutions that help our seniors, protect them from further exploitation, and support them where they are victimized. Solutions that benefit not just the immediate senior in need, but the community as a whole.
Each year, the District Attorney's Office prosecutes a variety of different cases, from the caregiver who stole money from a senior's account, to the grandson who stole from his grandmother and beat her when she confronted him, to the perpetrator who targeted a retirement community to exploit our seniors through scams, or the man who sexually assaulted a stroke victim recovering in a care facility. Through prosecution, we can find a sense of justice for our victims. We can show the perpetrator that what they did was wrong, and that Placer County will ensure that those who harm our seniors will face the consequences for their actions. But finding justice doesn't undo the damage that has been done. There's no magic wand that erases the abuse. There's no quick fix or easy solution. In many cases, our seniors have been betrayed, manipulated, and exploited by the people they love and trust. In other cases, they were targeted because of their age and vulnerability. And after the abuse, what's left is a senior picking up the pieces, now trying to figure out who they can trust, where they feel safe, and how they move forward with their lives. This is where Placer Protect comes in. This is where our partnership matters the most. That when a victim feels alone, abandoned, and abused, they have a team of people, agencies, and resources that are willing to work together to protect them.
We would like to use Betty's case as an example. While dealing with some health issues, Betty wanted someone to assist her with her finances, to help her keep track of her retirement fund and invest it for her. But she wanted someone she could trust. She chose her eldest son, a responsible family man familiar with financial investments. About 2 years later, her entire retirement had been depleted, gambled away by her son at casinos. She was left with nothing. Her whole life savings gone. Everything she'd worked for, saved for, to plan for her future, gone. She had been betrayed, manipulated, and exploited by the one person that she trusted the most. And that betrayal of trust left a void in her heart. Her son was arrested, prosecuted, and sentenced to suffer the consequences of his actions, faced the penalties for his elaborate theft. But justice alone could not repair the damage that had been done. With her savings account depleted, she had no immediate options. Betty couldn't afford rent and had to move out of the home she had lived in for years. Her way of living changed drastically, but it wasn't just about the finances. The stress of the betrayal had a physical toll as well. Almost immediately, her mental and physical health began to decline. Our team stepped in to do anything we could to support her. Senior peer counseling provided her with someone to talk to. Her Adult Protective Services caseworker helped her protect what little finances were left to repair the damage of her credit and find her alternative housing. We were able to link her to resources like Meals on Wheels and transportation services. And her advocate made sure she was never alone throughout the criminal justice process and supported her as she confronted her son in court. Now, Betty is back on her feet. She manages her own finances. She no longer needs our resources. A senior who was once in dire need of assistance is independent once more. Thanks to a newly awarded state grant, we will be able to expand our resources at Adult Protective Services so that we can better help seniors like Betty in the future. In Betty's case, when she couldn't afford her rent, we were only able to help her find alternative housing. Thanks to the new Home Safe program, we will help victims make that immediate payment like rent so they can remain in their home. This new program will allow us to provide homeless prevention assistance to seniors who are the victims of abuse or self-neglect. Home Safe will enable us to deal with the immediate tenancy issues, late payments, cleanliness, care needs, and other housing issues. We will have the funds to work with landlords, utility companies, cleaning services, legal services, essentially any service that will immediately help that victim remain stable in their home. The Home Safe program is just one of the ways our team has worked together to expand our resources so that we're better able to protect our seniors when they are vulnerable.
This year, we have also focused on reinforcing our ability to collectively communicate in emergency situations. In many of our criminal cases, there's a history with Adult Protective Services surrounding that senior or their family members. And many times a social worker or a family member may suspect abuse, but cannot yet prove it. And when law enforcement is finally called to the scene for an incident or an emergency call, law enforcement is not aware of the social services history or background. And in turn, they may not know details that are extremely relevant to an investigation. Our team wanted to change that. We are creating a protocol that allows a social worker to request an entry into the local law enforcement agency's computer-aided dispatch program. Once that entry is created, the law enforcement team responding to a senior's residence would be immediately informed by the dispatcher that the senior has been deemed at risk by the social worker and that Adult Protective Services should be contacted immediately for additional information. Then that law enforcement officer would be provided with critical information necessary to that investigation. This unprecedented program allows Adult Protective Services to inform law enforcement of concerns of an at-risk senior prior to the beginning of an investigation. Those details and relevant facts help us as a group ensure that we are working together to share information, to investigate criminal conduct, and ultimately to protect our seniors. Each year we face new challenges, but our goal is to continue to grow and expand as a group. And every step we take helps us better protect our seniors. But we need your help, and we need our community's help. We need to spread the word about elder abuse and start talking about what our seniors can do to protect themselves. And today we ask that you join that cause, that you help us spread awareness. We are excited about our yearly annual event, Preparing is Caring. This event is a resource fair for our seniors designed to help them plan for their future. And this year we've expanded, and we have several clinics that are available to our seniors. We have questions and answers with a legal advocate. We have a health and wellness screening with a nurse. And we have a quiz that our seniors can take. Are you smarter than a scammer? Which is designed to discuss the scams that target our senior citizens. We will also have a free paper shredding truck so our seniors can shred documents with personal identifying information, and we will serve lunch for all of our guests. In honor of Elder Abuse Awareness Month, June, our team here is wearing purple. If they could take a moment to stand with us. This is the team that is dedicated to protecting our senior citizens who have been victims of abuse. And collectively, together as a group, we want to invite the Board of Supervisors and all of our citizens to join us on June 4th for our event from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Maidu Community Center. Because we as a team believe that armed with knowledge, education, and community resources, together we can help prevent the abuse of our seniors, our parents, and our loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you all being here. Have you established any kind of a web presence for this event? Is there some place where somebody can go to look up the information about the event?
We do. Plaster Protect has a Facebook page, and that Facebook page has information about our event. We also provided flyers with information about that event to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, and I'm assuming that on that Facebook page, somewhere is also listed the 24-hour intake line, the 888 number?
For Adult Protective Services?
Yes, the number that's listed in our board packet here.
Yes, and it can also be found online.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. Supervisor Gore?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Really appreciate all the work you and your team do. Important work. And if you could actually send us via email a copy of the flyer, that would be great because we'll share it. I'll certainly share it with all of our constituents.
We would appreciate that. Thank you.
Supervisor Holmes?
Will these flyers be put in local libraries?
They will,
Okay.
and our senior centers.
Good, thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Wonderful. All right, Supervisor Gustafson.
Wanted to ditto those remarks and thank you for the incredible work all of you are doing as a team. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other comments, thank you so much for the presentation this morning. Thank you all for being here. Okay, we have a 9:30 CEDRA item, and hopefully we have a remote control that is not going to be making its own decisions at this point on slides. Good morning.
Good morning. All right. Good morning, Supervisors, Chairman Euler. My name is Callie Kettinger-Cecil with the Placer County Planning Services Division. The project before you this morning is the Placer Retirement Residence Project, seeking a rezone and minor use permit. All right, one slide for one click. Let's hope that sticks to the presentation. So the project site is located in the island area of Granite Bay. This area is surrounded to the To the north, east, and west by the city of Roseville, and to the south by the Sacramento County line. The 8.7-acre project site is located on the northwest corner of Sierra College Boulevard and Old Auburn Road. The surrounding land uses are rural residential, and the Woodbridge Estate subdivision is to the south of the project site. The land use designation of the site is rural residential, 2.3 to 4.6 acre minimum. Surrounding parcels have a different land use designation of rural low density, 0.9 to 2.3 acre minimum. The existing zoning of the site is residential single family, combining agriculture, combining minimum building site of 100,000 square feet. The site is shown here in purple. Surrounding zone districts are also residential single family, but with different combining zone districts. The parcel down here to the southeast is the location of Ovation Senior Living, another senior facility. And this site is zoned residential agriculture with a combining minimum building site of 40,000 square feet. This slide and the next slide show the existing conditions of the site. This is looking at Sierra College Boulevard, looking into the site, and from the intersection looking into the site, and show the existing conditions. The site is undeveloped. The majority of the site is grassland. However, there is riparian vegetation along the site's southern and eastern boundaries. This is where the Linda Creek Tree Lake tributary runs through the site. The riparian area supports some large native mature oak species. Again, these are the existing conditions of the site. This is looking south into the site from Haskell Way, and this is looking north into the site from Old Auburn Road, again showing the existing grassland and the riparian vegetation, and it's important to note that the existing riparian vegetation provides some nice screening for the site. This project is seeking two entitlements: a rezone from residential single family, combining agriculture, combining minimum building site of 100,000 square feet, to residential agriculture with a combining minimum building site of 100,000 square feet, and is also seeking approval of a minor use permit for the construction and operation of a residential care home with 7 or more clients in the residential agriculture zone district. This slide here shows the rezone exhibit. The area of proposed rezone would affect a single parcel, and it should be noted that the underlying land use designation is not proposing to change. The project is seeking a minor use permit for the construction and operation of a residential care facility with 145 congregate living suites for up to 160 residents. The building would be 3 stories and would be 34 feet 4 inches. The overall footprint would be 51,000 square feet, or a total square footage of 155,000 square feet. There would be an emergency vehicle access connecting with Sierra College Boulevard. The project would be constructing 101 parking spaces and a circulation loop road that goes around the building. And the project is also required to make improvements to Old Auburn Road. The project is proposing to install landscaping and bioretention areas, as well as construct a public multi-use path down at the southern edge of the project site connecting Sierra College Boulevard to Old Auburn Road. The facility would be managed by 2 managers who would reside on site, and the facility would employ 30 people, including 18 full-time employees. Services provided with monthly rent would include 3 daily meals, housekeeping, linen services, transportation, classes, and activities. No medical care is proposed to be provided. The overall design of the building is proposed to be a craftsman-style architecture with low-pitched gabled roofs, columns, stone detail, and earth tones, as shown here. And the site has been carefully designed in order to minimize views from adjacent roadways. And the project would be graded down so that the finished elevation would be 10 to 15 feet lower than the existing elevation. The building would be set back further from all property lines than what is required by the zone district. It would be 222 feet from the east, 144 feet. No, I just need to, no, 220, sorry, I did have that right. 222 feet from the east, 144 feet from the south, 75 feet from the west, and 85 feet from the north. It should be noted too that as you are driving down these roadways, because of the angle of the building is actually set back further from the roadways than at the amounts that I just mentioned. The building would be constructed at an angle to the roadway intersection in order to maximize the effect of the proposed landscaping and the existing retained vegetation. This is the landscape plan, and it shows a mix of native and non-native plants that would be used. Approximately 58% of the site would be left in open space or landscaped areas. A notice of preparation and initial study, as well as an environmental impact report, were prepared for the project pursuant to the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act. The EIR determined that all potential project impacts could be mitigated to be less than significant. Public comments received during the public comment periods for the NOP and draft EIR and final EIR, as well as the public meetings that were held for the project. Comments were raised regarding aesthetic impacts, potential impacts on emergency services, a comment that the project is incompatible with the zoning, that there are too many senior facilities in Granite Bay, and that the overall scale of the project is too large. The EIR analyzed aesthetics, and this slide and the following slide show the proposed project at landscaping, and then landscaping progressed 10 years. So this is looking at the corner of Old Auburn Road looking into the site, and here you can see at 10 years the landscaping, in addition to the existing retained landscaping, would effectively screen the building from this area. This is the intersection. Again, this is showing that the existing vegetation would do a very nice job of screening the building. This is a little bit further back in the intersection. The building is more visible here, but again, the landscaping softens the overall appearance. And this is looking from Sierra College Boulevard into the site near the project's emergency vehicle access. This is where the building is the most visible, but again, the landscaping serves to help soften the overall appearance. Potential impacts to public services were analyzed in the draft EIR, and what is shown here are the response times that are adopted in the county's general plan, as well as the South Placer Fire District Board of Directors adopted response times. The analysis in the EIR determined that the proposed project would not conflict with these established response times, and this is because the project would only have a minor incremental population increase. The nearest fire station is nearby. It's about 1.5 miles from the project site. On-site managers would be trained to evaluate potential situations to determine whether or not emergency services shall be called. Each suite would be equipped with emergency notification devices in the event of an emergency, and security and communal living reduce incidents of crimes against the elderly. Another common comment we received was that the proposed project is incompatible with the county's zoning definition for a residential care home. That definition is up here. And the site is currently zoned residential single family, which does not allow residential care facilities with 7 or more clients. So the project is proposing to rezone to residential agriculture, a residential zone district that would allow the proposed use with approval of a minor use permit. The project is a senior care home providing 24-hour non-medical care consistent with the land use definition in the zoning ordinance. Another comment that we received was that there are too many senior facility projects in Granite Bay. What this map is showing is the approved and proposed senior projects in the Granite Bay community. This is the proposed project, Ovation Senior Living. This is the location of Roseville Congregate Care. This project is in environmental review. Over here we have Eschaton Village, Country House, Elam Glen, and Granite Bay Memory Care. And Granite Bay Memory Care has not been constructed. What this table is showing is the existing and proposed projects, the facility type, the distance from the project site, and the size. So it should be noted that the existing and proposed facilities are all assisted living, memory care, or skilled nursing, and the proposed project is neither of those products. It's independent living. The existing capacity for the existing projects is 177 persons. If you include Granite Bay Memory Care, Ovation Senior Living, and Roseville Congregate Living, that brings the capacity to 372. If you include Placer Retirement Residence, the total capacity rises to 532. So this is important to note because in 2010, the Granite Bay population was 20,825 people, and the overall senior population of Granite Bay, those aged 65 or over, was 3,014 people. I do understand that there are some more recent population counts, but this is from the U.S. Census data, and I understand that the updated count is based on units, so we don't have information about the senior population, so I'm relying on the 2010 data. So you can see that there's 3,014 people in 2010 that were age 65 or older, and 532 beds would be available for the senior population. So noting that not all seniors would be using these facilities, and also noting that there are a number of smaller single-family residences with 6 or fewer clients, there is still an unmet need that the proposed project would be meeting. 3,014, 532, that's a pretty big difference.
And if I might, just real quick, would you go back to that slide? So obviously that was the 2010 data 9 years ago.
Right.
So obviously some transients in that number, people move in, people move out, but that's approximately a population of 3,000 people that's now over age of 74, if they were over the age of 65 10 years ago.
Right. Another frequent comment was that the overall project is too large. And so hearing that, in the EIR, one of the alternatives that was analyzed was a 2-story alternative. So what this is showing here is a site plan with the 2-story alternative in yellow overlaying on the proposed project shown in blue. And the alternatives chapter analyzed the 2-story product pretty thoroughly, and they would have to keep 145 units in order to maintain project feasibility. So even though the overall height would be a little bit lower at 32 feet 9 inches, it's really only a foot and a half lower. The building would be over 17,000 square feet larger, and having a larger building would mean more impervious surface and less area available for landscaping and bioretention areas. The EIR concluded that the 2-story alternative would actually have more environmental impacts than the proposed project. The project is required to make frontage improvements to Old Auburn Road, including restriping to extend the left turn lane and adding a bike lane. And the westbound lanes would not be widened. Off-site improvements include abandoning a lift station, widening off-site eastbound lanes of the southern portion of Old Auburn Road. That is what is shown here in green, and that is to accommodate a turn lane, bike lane, curb gutter, and sidewalk. And the existing traffic poles would be relocated. The project would be directly and indirectly impacting 68 trees, and they are required to mitigate for that impact, but it should be noted that many of the trees are proposed to remain, and that would be here in the riparian area. The majority of the on-site habitat is annual grassland. 7.1 acres of the site is grassland. There is a little more than an acre of valley foothill riparian and about half an acre of stream. Though the project has avoided this area pretty well, the span bridge for the footpath would be impacting 0.03 acres of the riparian habitat, and the project is required to mitigate for that impact. I would note, however, that the project is avoiding the actual bed bank and channel of the stream. The project requires grading that would consist of 50,700 cubic yards of cut and 13,600 cubic yards of fill. The balance would be exported off-site, and grading would occur in one phase. A traffic impact study was prepared for the project, which determined that the project would generate 9 trips during the peak AM hours and 25 trips during the peak PM hours. Overall, the project would generate 294 trips. This project has been presented to the Granite Bay MAC, first as an information item in 2016, and on April 3rd of this year as an action item. Issues and concerns raised at the MAC meeting was regarding aesthetics, potential impacts to emergency services, concerns about the scale of the project, and concerns about the project becoming an apartment building or a hotel, or what the future land uses could potentially be. The Granite Bay MAC voted 3-1 to recommend denial based on the height and massing of the building and future potential land uses. The project was presented at the April 11th Planning Commission for a recommendation, and the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval. 3 members of the public provided comments on the project, 2 in opposition, 1 in support. Concerns raised at the Planning Commission include traffic from emergency service providers, consistency with the residential care home definition of the Placer County zoning ordinance, consistency with the residential care home for the elderly definition from the California Department of Social Services, and finally, concerns about conversion of the proposed project from a residential care home to a hotel or apartment building. Comment letters were received prior to today's hearing from 3 private citizens, a community called Defend Granite Bay, and a letter from law firm Hanson Bridget. The letters contend that the project is inconsistent with the zoning ordinance definition of residential care home, and that and they argued that the project should be classified as a senior housing project, which is not allowed in the residential agriculture zone district. The letters also contend the project requires licensing from the State Department of Social Services as a residential care facility for the elderly. The key point to consider is the zoning ordinance definition discusses 24-hour non-medical care. The project is providing non-medical care in the form of full-service amenities such as meals, recreation opportunities, transportation, laundry and housekeeping services, and provides 24-hour care as management staff is on site 24 hours a day, 7 days per week. The project is a residential care home as defined by the Placer County zoning ordinance because it is providing 24-hour non-medical care. The project is not a residential care home for the elderly as defined by the State of California Health and Safety Code because the care provided by the project does not include assistance with taking medications or aiding in financial management and does not dress, feed, toilet, bathe, or groom the residents. An addendum has been prepared for the project's conditions for condition of approval 73 to strike language regarding the rezone. That addendum should be before you. So the recommendation for the project is to certify the Placer Retirement Residence final environmental impact report pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and adopt the project's mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program, supporting by and incorporating by reference the findings of facts and the attachments and findings of the staff report, to adopt an ordinance to rezone the site from residential single family, combining agriculture, combining minimum building site of 100,000 square feet, to residential agriculture, combining minimum building site of 100,000 square feet, and to approve the minor use permit to allow for the construction and operation of a residential care home with 7 or more clients in the residential agriculture zone district, subject to the conditions and findings contained in the staff report. I'm available for any questions you may have, and the applicant has also prepared a presentation that they would like to give. Thank you.
Board members have any questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, we'll invite the applicant to come forward for their presentation. So you've just seen the same staff report we saw. You have a rather large presentation for those things that are redundant. If you wouldn't mind just kind of scooting right.
I will breeze through it very quickly. Good morning, commissioners, excuse me, supervisors. Mark Lone with Culinary Architecture here on behalf of Hawthorne Retirement, Hawthorne Development. Just want to take a few minutes to walk through and emphasize a few things. First of all, I want to compliment staff on the ongoing dialogue we've had for the last 3+ years going through this process. Our design team has worked very well. We've been able to resolve a lot of issues throughout the process, and it's been very productive, and I think we've come up with a very, very excellent project to present to you today. Callie, great presentation, and I'm also extremely pleased that I don't have a PowerPoint as well, and it's strictly a hard copy since mine would be an imported. Just to touch on a few things, I think it's important, first of all, to understand who Hawthorne is and where they've come from and why we're here. Hawthorne started as Holiday back in the early 80s or mid-80s, and they have become a very huge driving force for independent living congregate care throughout North America. We've developed over 400 of these senior housing sites. All of them were developed, owned, and operated by Hawthorne and their family of companies. We don't build them and flip them. We build them, we own them, we operate them. As well as we now are housing over 50,000 seniors throughout the United States and Canada. Each one of these sites still remains operating as what we typically call an IL, independent living site, and 31 of these sites are located in California. The lifestyle we provide, and I think that's part I want you to provide you an opportunity to understand who our residents really are. A typical resident is 75 years and older. They're in good health. They don't need medical assistance, as Callie already mentioned. It is a non-medical facility. A majority of our residents are already living here in your community. They're your neighbors, and they want to remain in your community, and we're providing them that opportunity. Callie also mentioned that there are assisted living, skilled nursing, and memory care. Within this vicinity, this would be the only independent living facility available. This is another facet in the overall senior housing makeup that is a critical piece of the puzzle. They move there, in this case, because of friends, because family is nearby. They're not moving in out of a medical need like they would for an assisted living or memory care. This is a lifestyle change. This is a lifestyle choice. So they're moving in out of choice instead of out of need. So the lifestyle we provide them, and Callie touched on this, I want to elaborate just a bit, is the 3 meals a day, 7 days a week, served restaurant style in our central dining room, housekeeping, linen services, social, physical activities, and very important, she mentioned, we have 24/7 on-site management. We have manager and co-manager couples who live in the facility. Each one of our suites, and we'll talk about suites in just a second, have pull cords by the bed and in the bathroom. So if there is some sort of issue, they hit the pull cord, manager on duty is notified, the office is notified, so they have immediate response. They, in essence, our staff is the first responders in this case. They can evaluate the situation. The other thing that is a very important part of our overall services is the van service. Because our residents are moving in out of a choice instead of out of a need, a lot of times the tipping point for them is it's time to give up the car keys. We find that only about 20–25% of our residents move in with a car, and in most cases that car goes away in the first 6 to 12 months because they have a van that they can coordinate shuttle service to church, to the store, to doctor's appointments, for pharmacy, wherever they need to go, on demand. It's part of their monthly rent fee. It's not an additional fee. And so we find that, again, it lessens our traffic impact. I love our traffic impact compared to just about any other use. And it provides them with that opportunity to give up those car keys. As a son of a 92-year-old mother who still has her car and her keys, I love this. Okay, let's make that really, really clear. Inside the facility, opportunities we provide for them is the chapel, the beauty salon, exercise room, game room. We have separate areas for gatherings. We have a separate dining room where they can come in for birthday parties and bring in family for special dinners. All of this is part of the month-to-month payment that they make. We sign 12-month leases. There's no big six-figure buy-in, and so our residents can stay as long as they choose. It's not like they're tied in. When they get to a point, and I think this is the other important point to bring out, is we can build the most beautiful buildings around, but if they're not managed properly, it doesn't do us any good. And the management program that Hawthorne has put together over the last 35 years has been extremely successful because part of what they do is one of our 4 managers makes contact with every one of residents every day, which we call touching. So how do they do that? Probably about 85% of the contact, one of those 4 managers is at breakfast, lunch, and dinner pouring coffee. If Aunt Mabel doesn't come down from the 3rd floor, they're going to knock on the door and make sure she's okay. And if it comes to a point where one of our residents needs a higher level of care, we're going to work with them to get them located into a facility that can better serve their needs. Most of our residents, to ask a question you may have, about 3 to 7 years. Although we've got some triple-digit residents that have been there a whole lot longer. They're a lot of fun, by the way. All services, all utilities, everything is part of the monthly rent. So there's no other fees other than they have to pay for their own phone bill. A little bit on senior housing demand. I've got a little more recent information. Within 5 miles of our site, as of the 2018 estimate, we've got a population of about 250,000, and they're projecting a 5-year increase of about 3.5% of population. But within that, they're expecting over a 12% increase in seniors. So, based on second quarter 2018, Placer County and Sacramento, currently with the independent living properties, the occupancy is over 95%, which is outstanding. But even with that, we're looking at, for 2018 numbers, over 1,100 units, still unmet demand. So the demand is clearly out there. And again, in this area, there is nothing else available. Just a real quick touch on the site. Again, Callie went over it real well, looking at about 9 acres. We've got 145 suites. I think it's important to understand suites because people have tried to label us as an apartment. We call it a suite because we don't have kitchens in our individual suites. We'd have what you call a wet bar, half kitchen where there's a countertop, bar, sink, and refrigerator, but keep in mind, all their meals are part of their monthly rent. So they don't have to worry about cooking facilities, and in that case, it technically really isn't a dwelling unit, it's an individual suite. The idea, too, is by having all these activities outside of their suites, it's to get them out into the common areas. We'll talk about that in a little bit, too. We've overparked by about 20 spaces. We've got 58% of landscape and open spaces, and we are allowed 35% coverage, and we're only at about 13.3% of actual building coverage on the site. We like having open space. In fact, next page is our standard list of what our goals are for a site plan. So far as minimal site development area, access to community, being near local single and multifamily dwellings. Your neighbors, our neighbors in that area, are our future residents. So we can keep them so they can still go to the same doctor, still go to the same church, still be part of the Bridge Club, because they stay in the remaining area. We provide ample parking because we don't want our parking bleeding out into the community. That's not being a good neighbor. Plus, we try to keep our building coverage to a minimum. Our goal is to provide that park-like setting. And we interconnect to that to allow the community to be on site. We love having a community on site. Specifically to this site, Callie already touched on the roadway improvements over on Old Auburn that helps protect Linda Creek. We're leaving it almost totally untouched. Site grading is dropping the building down, especially up on Haskell. You don't even see the first story and a half of the building. It's dropped into the hillside there. Plus, our setbacks are substantial. My favorite thing of the site is the multi-use path that she showed that runs across the bottom of the site on the other side of the creek. I think that's going to be a huge benefit for pedestrians in that intersection. Much more safe way to transfer from one point to the other. Setbacks we'll touch on. And we enhance the existing vegetation with additional vegetative screening. Setbacks, a real quick touch. If you look, and Callie mentioned it, setbacks required on Old Auburn as well as Sierra College are 50 feet. We're 222 and 144 respectively. That's what, 4.5 and 3.5 times what's required. To the north and to the west, we're at 86 and at 74 versus 30 feet, so that's what, 2.5 and 3 times as much. We would like having it set back. We want to soften the site, as she mentioned, along with the buffering. So how much of the building are you going to see? Probably the most is going to be over on Sierra College. Just a real quick couple of pages to let you see what the inside of the building looks like. Talked about our suites a little bit. We try to keep them open, light, airy. They come in versions of studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom. You've got our dining room on the next page, which would be page 11, I believe. You've got the major dining room and that private dining room I mentioned in the right lower corner. Coffee lounge, great hangout place. And probably the most popular spot is the next page, the movie theater, which right now is probably running playoff games for the Golden State Warriors that should have been the Portland Trail Blazers, but that's another statement. We'll leave that for another time. But they typically are running, they're running matinees and evening shows in the movie theater, plus all kinds of other special events. Bottom line, we're providing low impact on county and special districts. We're providing senior living suites, not apartments, low traffic generation. And the beauty of that is, and you saw with the low numbers, we're especially peak hour. Peak hour for us is breakfast and dinner time. Staff is there, residents are there. No negative impact on schools. We create jobs, 18 full-time, total of 30 positions. We create that park-like setting, making that available and interconnect to our surrounding community. Allows your seniors, your neighbors to stay in their neighborhood. Quiet neighbors. After 8:30, it gets pretty quiet around our site, guys. Long-term neighbor. And just to point out, all of the other 31 sites that we have are not licensed, just like this one is not going to be licensed. I would like to reserve some time at the end for any responses to questions. Anything I can tell you.
Board members have any questions of the applicant at this time? Supervisor Holmes?
Yes, thank you for the
Yes.
presentation. Many of you know I was in the auto repair business for 30 years, and I took care of a lot of seniors' cars. And one of the many times it was time for grandma or mom or grandpa to give up their keys. And it was difficult because when they lose the ability of the freedom to go places and they want to stay in their home, they get isolated. And so I like this idea of having the van service, and it makes it easier for those. It's a very difficult thing to give up the keys to your car and your driver's license. I've seen it time and time again, so I appreciate that part of the project.
Can I elaborate on that for just a second? Because if you go back to 1985 when this started, Bill Colson, who was actually given an award, he was the original owner and started Holiday Retirement way back when. He had a senior resident or a senior family member in that exact situation, and that's where the whole idea of the independent living congregate care came from. And the important things he discovered was the transportation option, the fact of providing good, healthy meals, and providing social interaction. So that's right on the nose. Yes.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I'm interested in what kind of demand you have at your other facilities, what kind of waiting lists or occupancy
We are
Great
finding,
show.
right now, the nearest site we have is our, let's see, let me make sure, get my notes in front of me. I know the last one that we opened up was the one in El Dorado Hills, not too far from here, and I believe it is at 100% occupancy. A majority of our sites we're now looking at between 95 and 100% with a lot of waiting lists. We cannot build these fast enough. It's not a problem filling.
And I don't see any other comments or questions from board members at this time, so
Good.
thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, going to go ahead and open a public hearing to hear comments from members of the public at this time. If you wish to address the board on this item, please go ahead and step forward, identify yourself, and please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Supervisor Euler and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Marilyn Festerson, and I reside in the city of Roseville. I'm here to support the Hawthorne project. This is a project that helps not only Roseville, but Granite Bay, and creating a diversity of housing for our residents. Seems like the perfect location for quality senior housing. I hope you support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Vaughn, Granite Bay. You have a packet, of course. That's what I do. I've got the letter here from Hanson Bridget, who's done 50 years litigating in this environment. And I'm just going to read the end of it because I do want to make some small points. From the foregoing, we conclude the Placer Retirement Residence Development should be classified as a senior housing project rather than a residential care facility for land use planning purposes. If it is proposed to provide residential care, then would have to obtain an RCFE, which is a residential care facility, license, be inspected by DSS, and meet the care and safety standards in California law. Failure to do so would be subject to severe penalties. What month was this? It was the Elder Abuse Month is what we were looking at, right? And so there are standards and state laws to make sure that doesn't happen. This facility, according to 50 years of legal experience, should fall under that. I'd raise a couple other points. Staff said that there's no medical care, therefore it doesn't apply, that it's a facility that needs this. However, in the presentation it said they're going to be medically trained, the managers. And the gentleman from Hawthorne said our managers will be the first responders. That is a medical evaluation, and they'll determine if we need to call people. I don't know how that's not some sort of medical care. So I was just going to read the letter, but noting that the other points are the lady was from Roseville. In Granite Bay, in about a three square mile area, we now have, as you saw, 7 residential care facilities. Granite Bay, home of the residential care, well, home of senior living or whatever you want to call it. I don't think we need any. I think that it should be zoned properly. I think the parking should be done correctly. And I think that the board should take under evaluation the legal opinion of someone who's done it for many, many years. And so, unfortunately, I'm not optimistic that the board will vote against any development, but I wanted to make sure that just because you don't vote doesn't mean that you shouldn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning, Supervisor Euler and Board of Supervisors. My name is Susan Godo, and I reside in Roseville, and I also serve on the Board of Trustees for the Placer County Office of Education. I am here this morning to support this project. I think it's wonderful. This is the perfect kind of facility for someone my age, and that's the golden age, but in my case, I have the G silent, so it's olden age, to allow our residents to age in place and stay near their families. And I do have wonderful families. I hope you will support this project, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cheryl Berkema from Granite Bay. This is a special interest project. Supervisor Euler has put forward many special projects. It's kind of obvious that when you go to the Municipal Advisory Council and you have legal there, that to me is the sign of a project that needs help. So what I'd like to do is read a letter from Defend Granite Bay. I would like to mention that the comments were excluded from the EIR packet, and I find that to be a lack of transparency. The Defend Granite Bay letter and the letter from legal were not included in the packet, nor were any of the comments from individuals. So in Defend Granite Bay says, Placer Board of Supervisors, in an ongoing effort to foster reasonable and responsible development in Placer County, Defend Granite Bay is requesting that you deny the Placer retirement residences. Healthcare laws within the state of California are complex, and definitions and regulations can be daunting. To ensure our comments do not misrepresent fact, we have secured the services of Hanson Bridget LLP with over 50 years' experience in retirement housing and senior care. We are confident of their legal expert opinion on the definition of a residential care facility. The project at hand is not in land use compliance with Placer County Land Use Table 1706050. Since the applicant has been stating that no licensing by the state will be secured, the project does not meet the state definition of a residential care facility for the elderly. An unlicensed facility is a senior housing project, SILC 1756-210. The requested rezoning ResAg is not land use compliant. Senior housing requires RM or commercial zoning. We request that you deny the project. It's in violation of land use per Placer County zoning ordinances. Placer projects not in land use compliance cannot be issued valid building permits or business license, creating additional legal issues for both the applicant and the county to address. Petit versus City of Fresno, 1973. In the field of zoning laws, we are dealing with a vital public interest. All the residents of the community have a protectable property and personal interest in maintaining the character of the area as established by comprehensive and carefully considered zoning plans in order to promote the orderly physical development of the district and city and to prevent the property of one person from being damaged by the use of neighborhood property in a manner not compatible with the general location of the two parcels. I also wanted to point out that the business license also must be in land use compliance in accordance with Chapter 17, 16, and 5. The illegally issued permit does not grant vesting, and the project can be challenged at any time for violation in zoning laws. The lack of accountability for usher and transparency, not having the comments in there, the traffic study, population study, and sewer studies are still not there. There's some bioretention facility on the site. This is yet another example of ushering through special projects and not doing accountability with the local infrastructure. I believe we also don't have services. Comparing the ovations by inference to residential care, they're not the same. They don't require the same level of care, and so they shouldn't even be compared. 3-story, bioretention, errata on the sewers, no medical care. It's not the right project. It's a 3-story building. Granite Bay does not want 3-story huge facilities. We've tried to stay rural, and we hope that you will respect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to address the board? Good morning.
Good morning. Jane Nacre. This project has just been discussed several times, and many questions are still unanswered. Most importantly is the legality of the zoning changes being requested on this parcel. You now have a legal opinion presented by the Defend Granite Bay Board, and this expert insight should cause you to reconsider moving forward with this misplaced project. Some history. This property is only zoned for 3 dwelling units, and that was done in the Granite Bay Community Plan for a specific reason. That would be, at the most, 15 people living on the corner lot at the busy intersection of Auburn, Folsom, and Sierra College. Every parcel in the Granite Bay Community Plan received zoning that would achieve the goals of the community, the foremost being to protect and preserve the unique rural character. The community supported this goal in 1989 when the plan was first written, and it was still supported in 2012 when we revised it. At that time, we did not do land use changes because everyone was satisfied and agreed to deal with individual changes as they presented themselves. That was when our Granite Bay Community Plan was respected and honored by the county and our representatives. Zoning was not changed to fit the needs of people that came to ask for increased unreasonable zoning. Now, at present time, here we are back to this current issue with Placer retirement residents asking for questionable zoning changes. They're going to house, at the time I had the information, it was 160. Now I think they said 177 people on a parcel that our community zoned for no more than 15 people. Do you see what has happened to our community plan? It's not honored anymore, and our rural community is disappearing. This community still very much supports our plan and is devastated by what has been approved in our area. These senior people will be living probably average age of 60 and 70. I mean, they will be that age. And as you heard, they're driving. Of course they're driving. I'm that age, I'm driving. And I'm wondering about the parking lot. The parking lot is designed for, is it a residential apartment or is it the guidelines of a care home? The traffic study addressed the safety. Has it addressed the safety on that corner? And about all those senior citizens coming out on Sierra College. We know there's a turn lane, but that's a lot of people to drop in one area. Our fire department and sheriff's units are already overtasked with the needs of our community. What will happen when you add 160 more senior citizens all in one location? I am a senior citizen, and I choose to stay in my home on my acreage, which many of the people in Granite Bay desire. And I would ask that you would deny this project for safety reasons and for the reason of what it's going to do to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, Chairman and Supervisors. I'm Betsy Bender from North Auburn. Why am I standing here talking about a Granite Bay retirement home? Because all of the reasons of the people that have opposed it were addressed by the folks that are proposing it. We are growing. Placer County is growing. Where are the seniors going to go? If we don't offer them a place to go, we could always have them camp on public lawn. I'd like you to consider putting something in place that is not going to impact the quality of life of the people in the Granite Bay area. I'm going to be a senior soon. Not quite there yet, Jim. I'd like a nice place to go in the Auburn area. You know, I'd like to stay in Placer County. Heck, I may want to go to Granite Bay for a little change. I plan to possibly do that in between staying in my home on 6 acres in North Auburn and, hopefully not, assisted living. So I'd like you to consider those choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Sandy Harris, Granite Bay. This presentation shows an attractive facility with abundance of very nice landscaping and large setbacks from property lines. And I'm speaking to this issue as a senior way beyond what they're talking about. However, many in Granite Bay do not feel it meets the zoning designation, and a legal opinion has been submitted to the board from Defend Granite Bay addressing those issues. Many times, the Granite Bay Community Association has asked the county to review and update the zoning text code that allows senior care facilities for over 7 residents in RA zoning. This property is zoned for 3 dwelling units, but if the zoning change is approved, this facility could house up to 160 senior residents. That's a huge increase, and I don't think that zoning designation says what the maximum can be. So we could have who knows how many in that zoning. A facility this large belongs in multifamily or commercial zoning, as in Roseville's zoning code, not in a neighborhood of single-family residential zoning. This is presented as a senior retirement residence of individual apartments with small kitchenettes, no medical care, and rented on a monthly basis. Demographics show that more residents have left California than have moved into the state, about 1 million. Will a facility of this type be attractive to seniors who want to live in a state where their retirement dollars go further while providing a good standard of living? Could this facility be repurposed to apartment building or hotel if it fails as presented? It would only take a few minor changes. As this board is aware, many fire districts in Placer County are struggling financially to provide services to residents. However, this facility concentrates up to 160 seniors over the age of 55, with the average age between 70 and 80, in a commercial facility with no medical care. Both South Placer and Roseville fire districts expressed concern about providing ambulance service. In fact, South Placer met with proponent and county to, quote, discuss the zoning changes for these large facilities will cumulatively and individually negatively impact the district's ability to provide services at its current level, let alone increase the level of service to the community served. Continuing the quote, projects requiring zoning changes impact the district negatively by increasing estimated annual responses without a corresponding equitable increase in district annual revenue, unquote. To date, the attempt to work out some type of fee schedule has been unsuccessful, and I took those quotes from a letter from our fire chief. This community believes there is a strong possibility that the emergency response times for Granite Bay residents have the potential to be greatly impacted unless something can be worked out between the proponent and the fire districts. The Granite Bay MAC, which has recently supported every project, did not recommend approval of this facility as submitted. We ask the board to consider these issues and not approve this project as proposed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Anybody else want to address the board on this item?
Good morning, Supervisor Euler and Placer County Board of Supervisors. My name is Stephanie Hill. I currently live in Roseville, but I grew up in Granite Bay, and I'm here to support this project. As our families get older, this is an excellent project to help keep our parents close in a high quality and safe facility in an area that they enjoy and would like to continue to stay in. My mom's getting close to that age, and she would hate that I said that. And this type of facility would be a great option for her in the future, allowing her to stay close to family and friends and giving us more peace of mind. I hope you approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, gonna go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board. I do have a question. Well, thank you for stepping forward, because I actually have a question for you. For the attorney representing the project, would you please identify yourself for the record, sir?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Marcus LaDuca, 3200 Douglas Boulevard, on behalf of Hawthorne Development.
Okay. Your communication with the fire department, you have a will serve from the...
We have a will serve letter from the South Placer Fire District.
Okay. And then any factual representations that need to be corrected prior to the board considering the project?
Yeah, just a couple. There's been reference repeatedly this morning regarding a letter from the Hanson Bridget firm saying that this project is a RCFE, a residential care facility for the elderly, as defined under state law. That is not the case. Hawthorne's built and operates 31 of these in the state. None of them are licensed by the state. We attorneys, when we make claims, we typically can't assume facts to make our arguments. And if you look at the top of the second page of that letter, it says, "We understand the facility will not be a residential care home." So in other words, they assumed a fact and then presented you with an argument. Unfortunately, we don't get to do that. The fact of the matter is as staff relayed in their presentation, as you have in your staff report, this is a residential care home as defined by your zoning code. The county, and only the county, can determine what your zoning code says. That's been determined by your director as provided for in your zoning code. So there simply isn't an issue here. This is the proverbial smokescreen. Throw something, make up an argument, state it as a fact, and then weave this argument on the basis of a fact that you made up, but it's in fact not what's before this board this morning. The only other comment, there was initially the first commenter mentioned that we're providing medical care. Again, that is not the case. That is a different facility. That is not this facility. Managers coming when someone pulls a cord or they discover someone to make a determination whether they're calling 911 right away is not providing medical care under any definition, particularly a comment made by someone who's not a medical professional. So with that, we would ask that you join your planning commission and your staff recommend or act to approve the project with the design exception on Old Auburn Road that allows us to protect that wooded area and stay out of the riparian area and bring this project to fruition. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
I have a question for our council. Our board was presented with a condition here as a recommended recommended condition of approval. What is the purpose that this has been presented?
The original condition stated that the rezone would be subject to the permit, exercising a permit. That's not correct. When the board adopts a rezone ordinance, it becomes effective for 30 days and it's done. So this condition should read as all use permit conditions read, which is you have a certain amount of time to exercise your use permit. So it's eliminating the rezone because that was not pertinent to that particular condition.
Okay. Were you made aware of this?
Yes, and okay. We understand that the appropriate reading, again, zoning is a conditional use permit, though does have that condition, has to be exercised in a time period set forth by the county.
Okay. And given the potential for, on any project for litigation, we don't have a concern about meeting the time requirement laid out here should this project end up being litigated?
No, because we have a provision in our zoning code that allows, in the case of litigation, the tolling of a permit upon request of the applicant.
Okay.
And the county has granted that on other projects in litigation.
Wanted to clarify. Thank you very much. Okay. Any of my colleagues have any comments at this time? Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. I had the opportunity this weekend to visit my dad. We moved him to an independent living facility last September. And we moved him to a place in Santa Barbara because he lived near my sisters. That's where my sisters live, and so he can be close to my sisters. What I really appreciate about this independent living facility is that, they provide food and they do his linens, and there's somebody who cleans his apartment, but he lives on his own. And then has all the social needs that he has met. And a facility like this, there are no other independent living facilities in the Granite Bay area. There are several in Roseville. But one of the things I saw very clearly from visiting my dad the last several months is that the folks who live in that care facility either are from the Santa Barbara area or their kids live there. And they moved there specifically so they could be close to their family members. And it gives me a whole lot of peace of mind knowing that my dad is someplace where there's somebody checking on him regularly. So if they notice that Mr. Murtis is not walking down the hallway for his regular walk every day, they come and check to see where he is. They don't have medical care on site, but a pull cord in case something is needed, and those staff know that he's there. And so for me, the care that he's given is the facilities, the meals, the laundry, etc. And his facility, just like this one, is near medical services, near restaurants, near shopping. Most of those folks take the van. It's a whole lot easier. Most don't drive. There are some that, of course, still drive, and they're fine, but Dad doesn't want to drive anymore, and that makes me very happy that he doesn't have to do that. But when I look at a project like this, which I originally thought was in Roseville, I did not know that that was a county piece of property. I learned something interesting as well as way back when the first specific plan in Roseville was being developed, that LAFCO allowed for areas to not be incorporated into the city. So probably 30 years ago, that would have been city property, but it's not, it's a county project. But as I look at that site, it is exactly what you would want for an independent living facility, which is close to services. It's set back, so it's a nice area, areas for residents to enjoy and appreciate. And as I think about our community aging, I know that people want to live close to their families. My dad wanted to be close to his children, not someplace far away from us, or at least from my sisters. So I think this is a well-done project, and I think it's something that our community needs, especially as we all get a little bit older.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Gustafson?
Similar stories in my family as well, and I think we're all at that age where we're having those stories of needing elderly parents to be moved into facilities that they want to be in and can enjoy, even if they're not quite ready to make that break to needing assisted care and needing more care, but at least having that safety and security that they receive there. So I like the project in general, but I am concerned, and I hear the constituents' concerns about the aesthetics. And I just wanted to ask a question of staff on the height. So I understand the other impacts that come with 2-story versus 3-story. But my understanding is the proponent has, project applicant has agreed to grade the site down. And so what I'm looking at is if they built on grade currently, what is the height limitation, 2-story height limitation?
The height limitation in the residential agriculture zone district, which is the district that the project is proposing to rezone to, is 36 feet. I don't recall what the ultimate height would be if it was not graded down, but the project as proposed is consistent with the zone district's height limitations.
So at 36 feet.
Right.
Right. Because driving by the site, certainly I noticed, did have a chance after staff briefed me to drive by the site and look at the wooded site. So it seemed to me aesthetically, many of the concerns we've read about have been aesthetics, and it seems like with the setbacks and with that heavily wooded area and with meeting the height limitations, it seems to fit well on the site for me. And I certainly agree with Supervisor Gore on the need for these facilities. Our community is changing, and our country is changing in our age demographics, and so having these opportunities are very important.
Thank you. All right, seeing no comments from either of my colleagues, other colleagues, do we have, well, I'll share my thoughts. I want to specifically address some of the things that were brought up by some of our speakers. Mr. Vaughn seemed a bit taken aback that folks from Roseville would be here speaking to this project. Well, when you consider the fact, as Supervisor Gore pointed out, that this area is surrounded on 3 sides by the city of Roseville, and on the 4th side by Sacramento County, that this area, this island, is not contiguous to the rest of Granite Bay at all. It's surrounded by Roseville. It would seem appropriate to me that folks from Roseville would have an opinion on this project. Ms. Berkema thought it odd that somebody would show up to a MAC meeting or a planning commission meeting with an attorney, that's a sign of something, and then immediately proceeded to read a letter from an attorney against the project. It was asserted that it was stated, Supervisor Euler has put forward many projects, and this is a special interest project. Now, this is my 17th year as a county supervisor, spread over 27 years. Not a single project that's come forward with my name on it, so not sure what that means. And then finally, both Jane and Sandy have opined here and previously with me that they choose to stay in their home, and God bless you, Sandy, because you're out there doing your pruning. I see you pruning your trees and doing all that stuff, and that's great. And you know, we in January just lost my mother-in-law, 87 years old, and she lived for 9 years after my father-in-law passed away. She lived by herself in her home there in Hidden Valley, where Tammy grew up, and she lived in that home by herself as long as she could. But then she couldn't, and we had to find a facility for her, and we ended up down in Roseville at a facility off of Sunrise, a facility very similar to this that was independent living. She had her own suite. She had all her meals with her neighbors and all the rest right up until the point that she passed. And so it's folks' intent to want to live independently in their own home as long as they can, but when they can't, you gotta have something like this. So those are my thoughts on this particular project. With that, I will entertain, we have 3 different actions that we are being requested. As illustrated up on the board, we're first being asked to certify the final environmental impact report for this project, obviously prepared pursuant to CEQA, and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting program supported by and incorporating by reference in its entirety the findings of fact and the findings of attachments in the staff report. Do we have a motion on that recommendation? And does that include the, go ahead. Hold on.
Right, and I just wanted to clarify that there is a resolution, so if the motion could be modified to state that it's adopting a resolution to certify, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. And second concurs? Okay, so we have motion Wygant, second Gore. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. We're being asked to adopt an ordinance to rezone the project site from RS Ag B100 residential single-family combined agriculture combined minimum building site of 100,000 square feet to RAB 100 residential agriculture combined minimum building site 1,000 square feet, supported by the findings and attachments in the staff report. Any other modifications to that recommendation? Okay.
So moved.
Motion Wygant, second Gore. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. And finally, we're being asked to approve the minor use permit to allow for the construction and operation of a residential care home with 7 or more clients in the RA zone district, subject to the conditions of approval and supported by the findings and attachments in the staff report. And this is where we would include the modification of condition number 73.
So moved.
We have motion Wygant, second Gore. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much. All right, we will move on. We're going to go ahead and take, I know we have some people waiting around for the 10:45 timed item, so I want to go ahead and, or it's 10:35, I'm sorry, the 10:35 timed item, the 211. That's what most of you folks are there for. So we're going to go ahead and jump to the 211 item, the 10:35 timed item. And then after we take that 10:35 timed item, that's when I'm going to want to start hitting those department head items that I had called out earlier. So if staff would be prepared after this item to present items 11A, 12A, and C, and 13A, that would be great. All right, let's move on ahead with our 10:35 timed item, please.
Good morning, Chair Euler, members of the board. Jeff Brown, your Health and Human Services Director. I am here with Holly Powers, our County Assistant Director of Emergency Services, to provide a 211 progress update and seek further direction regarding the potential implementation of this service. As a bit of background, 211, do we have our slides?
We might have, there we go.
We'll see. 211 is an online and telephonic information referral system. This system is available to over 94% of all Americans across the nation, with coverage in California exceeding 96% at this time. 38 counties in California are covered by 211 service. Placer County is the largest county in California without this service. 211 systems typically offer information and referrals to a host of critical services, including food, clothing, and shelter, housing, health services, children and family support, including child care, parenting classes and recreational opportunities, employment and transportation, and where and how to access public assistance. I'm going to ask Holly to speak a little bit about some of the advantages of 211 in disasters.
Good morning, Chair Euler, members of the board. Holly Powers, Assistant Director of Emergency Services here at Placer County. Just wanted to speak to the disaster assistance services that 211 provide. As noted on the slide deck, one of the biggest impacts is the reduction of traffic to a 911 system. This is in the event of any kind of disaster, whether it's catastrophic or looking to go that way, we can release some of that traffic impact, call impact to the 911 centers by allowing people with non-emergency needs to call into 211 and get the referrals to the assistance they need. We can see this very directly in some of the examples of catastrophic events that we've had over the last couple of years. I know, fire mitigation and prevention is something we've been talking about heavily, but we can look at how having a 211 system during some of those catastrophic events can allow for a very dramatic increase to resources immediately by having the ability to call 211 and know where to go for my shelter, where I can go to get some food or other assistance that may be needed. Another part of this is assisting some of the out-of-county or displaced populations that may have to evacuate from a county into Placer County. We can take that information from the impacted counties and make sure it's fed into our 211 system to allow for those resources to be accessed by displaced communities as well. This can be showcased in Sonoma. During the Sonoma fires, many people were displaced down into Marin County, and allowing them to call into that 211 would have given access to that. We can even look at Placer County last year during the Camp Fire when we had many evacuees that made it all the way down to Placer County into Roseville. Having a 211 system may have been able to allow Butte County to give us information to be able to assist in their rebuilding recovery and access to any services that may be eligible, they may have been eligible for here in the county as well. And then another side impact besides really reducing that traffic on the 911 system is also eliminating the need for a county-run call center. Right now we have managers within the county signed up to come and staff a call center within the EOC. So I could have anywhere from 3 to maybe 15 county staff working a call center and not doing the response and recovery work that maybe they specialize in that could be impactful, or running the continuity of operations for Placer County. So allowing this to be outsourced to 211 allows that staff to be able to work as needed to respond and recover within the community. It's just a wonderful system that really takes kind of a load. As an emergency manager, having access to just residents call 211 and we feed that information is a wonderful thing.
So our county has been investigating the development of a 211 system for approximately 6 years. We've talked with many other counties and potential contractors and had discussions with the California Public Utilities Commission regarding potential startup costs that were supposed to be available under SB 1212. We are proposing to move forward with implementation that would involve outsourcing the information and referral services to Connecting Point, who provides 211 services for Nevada County, but also provides homeless coordinated entry services for our county. We would also partner with First Five Placer and the Placer County Office of Education to transition our current network of care database to iCarol, a 211 compliant database using AmeriCorps volunteers. In regards to funding, we continue to have discussions with a number of key stakeholders, such as our local cities and other entities, including our communications utility and our regional transportation entity. We do have funding confirmed at this time of approximately $110,000 from Mental Health Services Act within our department, but also First Five Placer that currently support our network of care. We have included in our Health and Human Services budget a supplemental budget request for $200,000 for fiscal year 2019 and 20. We estimate that this total request would ultimately be less once we're able to secure some of the other funding commitments. And at this time, we're ready to answer any questions you may have and seek your direction regarding how you would like us to move forward regarding this potential project.
All right, any board members have any questions or comments? Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Has there been any, I know we've attempted to talk to some of the cities about their participation. Has there been any results from that?
I'm going to defer to our CEO, Mr. Leopold.
Yeah, supervisors, I have had a number of conversations between Jeff and myself over the last 3 months. I know there's interest from at least one jurisdiction that is willing to contribute. What that dollar amount's yet to be determined. I know that there have been individuals from each of their communities actually come in and talked to what they felt was support for the 211 system in their jurisdiction, but at this point we haven't received a firm financial commitment.
Any other questions or comments from board members? All right, seeing none, well, this isn't a public hearing. We're more than happy to hear from the public on this item. If there's anybody who wants to address the board, please feel free to step forward, identify yourself, and please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Good morning.
Got it. Good morning, Supervisor Euler and other board supervisors as well. My name is Janice LaRue. I'm the Executive Director of First Five Placer and voicing my support for this project. First Five Placer, together with the county, the Office of Education, and the Placer Collaborative Network, have supported the network of care since about 2004. And over the years, it's been transformed largely through the help of our AmeriCorps Vista volunteers, who really focused on improving the database and getting it moving, where we transformed from having about 2,000 people visit the site a day to about 20,000, or excuse me, 2,000 a month to 20,000 a month. But there are really limitations to the database as it is. It's not very user-friendly for the public at large. It's really a referral database that agencies use to help clients access services. 211 would bring us to a much different level of engagement with people. It would be much more user-friendly. Plus, it would be more inclusionary in that services are provided 24/7. There are phone services available, and it's fully bilingual. So for children and families, this is an enormous step forward. It also allows for the potential of linking with transportation services, with assistance in accessing services such as CalFresh or other public services, and even potentially developmental assessments for children. So First Five Placer has, since the inception of the network of care, understanding that this is a critical need for linking people to critical services, those that need them most, has always supported this system's approach to service delivery and will continue to do so for the next foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, please. Hi.
Hi, I'm Rabbi Susan Conforti. I live in District 5. Welcome. I am co-president of Placer People of Faith Together, and I'm in favor of 211. I wanted to give the board...
Yeah, give it to the clerk.
Copies of what we're going to read and information about Placer People of Faith Together. In many states, dialing 211 provides individuals and families in need with a shortcut through what can be a bewildering maze of health and human service agency phone numbers. But by simply dialing 211, those in need of assistance can be referred and sometimes connected to appropriate agencies and community organizations. Dialing 211 helps direct callers to services for the elderly, the disabled, those who do not speak English, those having a personal crisis, those with limited reading skills, and those who are new to the communities. 211 is available to approximately 270 million people, or about 90% of the total U.S. population, and it covers all 41 states with more than 90% coverage, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico. 211 works like 911. Calls to 211 are routed by the local telephone company to a local or regional call center. The 211 center referral specialists receive requests from callers, access database of resources available from private and public health and human service agencies, match the caller's needs to available resources, and then link or refer them directly to an agency or organization that can help.
I'm David Haproff, 16-year resident of South Auburn, and I too am a member of the Placer People of Faith Together, PPOFT, keep that in mind. I'm also going to read from these prepared notes. Types of referrals offered by 211 are basic human needs resources, including food and clothing banks, shelters, rent assistance, and utility assistance. Physical and mental health resources, including health insurance programs, Medicaid and Medicare, maternal health resources, health insurance programs for children, medical information lines, crisis intervention services, support groups, counseling, and drug and alcohol intervention and rehabilitation. Work support, including financial assistance, job training, transportation assistance, and education programs. Access to services in non-English languages, including language translation and interpretation services to help non-English speaking people find public resources. Support for older Americans and persons with disabilities, including adult daycare, community meals, respite care, home health care, transportation, and homemaker services. And finally, children, youth, and family support, including child care, after-school programs, educational programs for low-income families, family resource centers, summer camps, and recreation programs, mentoring, tutoring, and protective services. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Robert Archer. I am also a member of Placer People of Faith Together. And I'm just going to comment on one other area that would be covered under 211 services, and that is the area of suicide prevention. Those who are calling 211 can be referred to a number of suicide prevention hotlines that are operated by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I've had a personal experience with an aging and ill relative who was not covered in a 211 area, and my family had to have, she was unsafe, she needed mental health, she needed transportation, she needed housing, and we spent days calling different agencies to try to find help for her. And I believe that if we had had 211 in that area, this could have been accomplished very easily. The 211 system, as I understand, was established in the year 2000 by the Federal Communications Commission. That's almost 20 years ago. I think it's time for Placer County to come on board. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Fred Waters, resident of Auburn, California, and I'd like to just give you a little flavor of sort of being on the other end of the line. I was a social worker in one of my first jobs out there, and I also volunteered to work on a crisis hotline. One of the frustrating things and worrisome things was an ability to respond to some of the crises because of the time it took for someone to find us and to call the right number. Even though we were published in various things, the system delayed response time that we had. I can't tell you if there was a lot of negative results to that, but it seemed like it was very frustrating to the people at the other end too. So I just wanted to make those comments and to say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Mary Lou Bailey, and I'm a North Auburn resident. What I want to talk about is kind of a couple of items that we've discussed, and it's wrapped around a personal story. You probably all know that as we age, and we've talked a lot about aging this morning, but when people are aging, it's not that then they're emotionally healthy, all of them, and they're wonderful. No, there's a very high incidence of mental illness among the elderly. So they have a great need. And one of those people who needed that kind of service was a relative of mine who lives in Southern California, and I'm up here. And I spent days on the telephone trying to communicate with an agency in his area that could help him. He was mentally unstable, and he was losing his housing. And so I can't tell you how many agencies I spoke to trying to find, and it was always, oh no, you called the wrong place. You need to call this number. And in the end, I finally found a good number, but it was really too late. He lost his housing. So it was a very frustrating experience with 211 that should have been much more seamless, and he should have been able to save his housing. One other thing about the 211 and seniors who are being abused by their families usually, but often someone else, a caregiver, etc. With 211, that would give the seniors and their families, friends, another place to call to try to get them into the system that actually could help them. And there are a number of people who have that situation. So I think anything we can do to help our seniors, I'm there too, to help them be able to cope with life, we need to do it. I think it's our responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I am also a member of Placer People of Faith Together.
Okay, thank you. And how many more folks are going to want to speak on this before we, just you two? Okay, great. Okay, three, okay.
Good morning. I'm Beth Gonzalez, and I live in Rockland, and I'm a member of Placer People of Faith Together. And the organization has been working on this since the beginning in 2013. So we are, obviously, you know us because we met with all of you, or we're going to meet with Ms. Gustafson in a few weeks. So you are familiar with 211. So actually, I have a story of my own, which Mary Lou helped jolt that memory. I moved here like 3.5 years ago, Placer County 3.5 years ago, and then I moved my parents from Placer County, Tahoe, from Tahoma to Sun City, Lincoln. And so here I am, a college grad, I'm like super involved in the community, I should know everything, right? I mean, I'm just a brilliant person. But when it came to helping them settle down, and Sun City is total independent living, right? And they do not have van service. And my mother, unbeknownst to me, decided to give up her license before she moved down here. So the whole situation changes when you give up your license. So it took us a month, at least a month, to figure out ride services besides me being the ride service, right, to get them to the grocery store and, everything you do in your daily life. So if I had had 211, I could have just called 211 and we could have had it all done, in a very short period of time instead of, roaming around. There's no phone books anymore, people. You can't find anything. And when you go online, sometimes it works really well and sometimes it doesn't. My parents do not use a computer anymore. They have no clue how to do that. So thank God for my lovely cell phone. But do you know that there's not service in Sun City all the time? I don't know if you know that, but AT&T totally sucks. So, the phone service, I have AT&T, but you know what, the 211 would definitely help people out. It just became so obvious to me that we need an easy way to do things, because as you're all aging, nobody gets any younger. So please, and thank you, Mr. Brown, and for your staff for all your work with 211. We really appreciate it, and First Placer 5. Thank you.
Quick question, what if I tried calling 211 from my AT&T phone in Sun City?
So right now, if you
then
call
I'm in trouble
211,
anyway, right?
if
I
you
can't
if
get
you call
the
211 here, you don't,
I
there's no access, right? So thank
Sure
you.
don't want to be in Sun City trying to call it, though.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, this public comment brought to you by T-Mobile.
Supervisor Euler and awesome council of this county. I'm Carol Carter. I'm retired pastor, United Methodist, living in this community since, almost 7 years now. I live in South Auburn. I guess you call it that. It's really Ophir, but it's very close to here. What? Well, Ophir's not a town as far as I know. It's just an area. Okay, I'm also a longtime member of Placer People of Faith Together, and I want to say that since I've been here this last almost 7 years, I've been very impressed, not only with county services, which are really stunning in this community, but also with nonprofit services that are available here. It's astounding. I have lived in other counties all over California, and I've not been in a community other than a large metropolitan community that had so many services. And they're growing. I've helped to create an extra one, I think, in Prosper Placer. But I want to say that access is really important. Access is at the root of any sense of justice in a community. If everyone doesn't have access, we're not finished with our justice work. And I'm here representing people of faith who feel like a common value among people who care about others is the sense of fairness, that everyone, should they need to find out about something, would have access. So I hope you move ahead as quickly as you possibly can to establish the 211 system here in Placer County, so we too can be proud that we offer access to everyone. Thank you.
Good morning. Mary Jo Bittner, Auburn. Just two other thoughts I think that are different. I was employed in San Diego County for 40 years, and I've been retired for 12 years, and we had 211 before I left. And it was a very big help to professionals. My staff really appreciated 211 because even though you think you know the services, things change. You don't know where the open beds are, you don't know whether the hours change, and that kind of thing. So it's important. Even though we had network of care here, I never found it very useful. But down there, 211, my social workers really appreciated 211. And now I'm a volunteer up here, so I don't have access to things that I had down there. But I volunteer every week at the food closet and the front desk. And people will always find food as their first, when they need services. Food is the most important, so they do come. And so every Thursday I'm trying to find other services for people. And gosh, 211 would really help, because it's really hard when you're not part of a system to know where the services are. But we on the front desk at the food closet could be much more helpful to getting people into other services if we had 211. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Gore?
Yes. I think it's evident that we need this system. I appreciate Jeff, you and your team working to move forward with this. And I know you've got some of the funding. I do appreciate that First Five, you're partnering with First Five and looking at how to move from the network of care system to the system that would better benefit us. So obviously there's a need. I know we need to find the rest of the funds, and I know there's some grant funds out there as well. And hopefully we can work with the local cities, but it's clear we need to move forward to provide this service. So appreciate your work and look forward to moving it forward.
Okay. Supervisor Holmes.
Yeah, Jeff, you're going to ask the board for a $200,000 supplemental request. Would that be ongoing every year?
The goal would be to reduce it, but there would be an ongoing operating deficit, call it a deficit, a cost that we would have to fund. Right now, we estimate the cost could be somewhere between $200,000 and $250,000 a year. We've identified about 110 of that, and we're going to try to reduce the amount of general fund that would be required to a lower level in the interim with some of our efforts to seek some partner agencies.
So by beginning the system, if we approve moving forward with the 211 system, would that give us a better opportunity to obtain grants? The answer is yes.
I believe so. Absolutely, yes.
That's amazing. You know what? I didn't even see his lips move. That was really well done. That was. Been working on the Ventriloquist Act for a while, have you? Supervisor Wygant.
I'm a little speechless right now. So the staff is just seeking direction from us individually. I'm prepared to give you my direction to proceed. I think something we've been working on a long time, and I'd like to at least try it out. I'd continue to ask all of our staff to work with our partners, including our cities in particular, and if nothing else, to educate them more broadly as to the role that the county plays with regards to the totality of the Placer model of health and human services. And then I think, Jeff, maybe if there's anything other than that, it would be that it seems to me like there could potentially be some cost savings in the system itself, in that it could make some of our time requirements more efficiently directed to the right place. So if you could keep an eye out for that, if there are enough people saying that, if there are enough people that are reading your lips correctly. Or,
All right, and Supervisor Gustafson?
Yeah, I would agree with everything that's been said. I do think there's going to be cost savings and efficiencies from the stories that have been shared, and I want to thank all the folks out there that have been supporting this project moving forward, and I concur with moving it forward.
All right, go forth. I think you've received your direction.
Thank you very much.
All right. Since no action was required on that one, right?
That's right.
Right? Okay, making sure. Okay, we're gonna go ahead. We have hopefully staff in the room for our item 11A. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman Euler, members of the board. My name is Jarrett Thiessen, Placer County CIO. With me, I've got Dieter Wittenberg. He's the IT manager over the radio services group, and we're here today just to provide you an update on the countywide radio network project. So these are the radios that are used by our public safety and other groups as well. They're the radios that you see on our deputy over here. That's a handheld used by our sheriff's department, probation, DA, and others. And they're also the radios that are in the mobile units in the vehicles of our sheriff and probation as well. So we maintain that radio network for those departments. In 1992, the FCC adopted a regulation called narrow banding. So there's limited bandwidth that's out there for radio frequencies. And so we were running previously on analog system at 25 kilohertz. And this new requirement reduced our bandwidth down to 12.5. So what that did was reduce the radius coverage of our antennas, so it shrunk them approximately down by half. So at that point, the county needed to make a decision. We were either going to put in more analog antennas to cover the gaps that would have caused, or move to a digital radio network altogether. Other limitations of the analog system: when you go from one analog antenna to the other, the deputies actually need to switch from channel to channel. They knew how to do that at the time, but you can't. There's no interoperability. So if you're on one antenna, you can't hear what's going on in another antenna. So if you're in one region of the county and there's an emergency going on in the other, you've got no way to communicate that over the radio, over the old legacy radio network. So in 2003, the county provided a strategic radio plan to move to a digital radio network that met the latest standards in the technology. We defined 3 operating zones, which Dieter's going to take you through, but it was the West, I-80, and the Tahoe region. 2 of the sites are currently operational, West and I-80, and we're working on the development of the Tahoe area now. We've got 10 sites currently up and operational, and we have planned 3 upper sites and up to 4 lower sites in the Tahoe region. Since obviously the mandate took effect in 2013 and we weren't ready to go, we have submitted and were approved for several waivers that you see on the slides there. I won't go through all of them, but the latest one was in 2017. We did go live with the West and I-80 corridor in 2017, so our request was changed from 15 licenses down to 4 licenses, which is basically the Tahoe area. That waiver is good until December 31st of 2019. I'm going to hand it over to Dieter, and he's going to run through the map of the region.
Thank you, Jarrett. Dieter Wittenberg, Chair Euler, and members of the board, thank you for allowing us to present today and go through a much-needed update on this radio project that has started a long time ago, and we're making good headway. So I wanted to take you through, let me go back here. I do have a pointer here, so you can see up on the map there are 3 zones, as Jarrett had indicated earlier, a West zone, an I-80 zone, and Tahoe zone. And to date, as Jarrett had mentioned, is we are operational from everything West and I-80 zone, from Signal Peak all the way down into South Placer. So as I go forward here, I'm going to take you through those things that we have done to get to this place today. And so 2008 to 2013, we had indicated a project budget of $26 million. And when we began our purchases around 2008, we had purchased our master site and our prime site in Auburn, which is at the DeWitt Center, and 3 additional sites, South Placer, Pentrin, and also Iron Mine. While we were buying and purchasing that equipment, we had also began site development, and we had completed site development also at ComIT up in Auburn, South Placer Justice Center, Iron Mine, Gold Run, Forest Hill, PCWA Ferguson. Not to just read them out, but there was a lot of work that was done by staff in planning and developing. These are full site development, and when we develop sites, they are public safety grade sites. They are they not only tower, shelter, generator, full power systems, redundancy through all the equipment that is purchased to provide our public safety partners the best quality system that we could provide. While we were doing that as well, we also did identify a few sites that we co-located. We do take every opportunity we can to co-locate at other sites where it makes sense. So as we finished that first portion of the project, in 2014 we came to your board and requested a purchase of digital radio infrastructure for 7 sites. 4 of those were located in the I-80 zone. 3 of them were destined for Tahoe. Along with this purchase, we purchased all of the equipment for PCSO dispatch, the radio console, logger, critical infrastructure for 911 communications in our county, subscriber portable and mobile radios, as Jared had indicated earlier, for all of the users, including public safety, PCSO, DA, probation, roads, transit, etc. Microwave equipment for site backhaul, and completed site development at Beacon Hill in Colfax and recently in Cabin Creek and Tahoe. So migrating the users, this was the largest milestone of this project that happened in 2017. So as we finished the development of all of those sites and the implementation of the equipment, we optimized our sites and the team began coverage testing. That coverage testing was not only done by my staff, it was done by our public safety partners and also with non-public safety users. So our strategy was to bring transit and roads and those folks on to begin doing the coverage testing on I won't say non-critical, not to offend any of our partners here, but we wouldn't want to put any officer in harm's way and not be able to communicate. It's different when transit can't key up for a quick moment. So it was vital to our migration, and we migrated the sheriff and their users in October of 2017, and there was a lot of planning and significant coordination that went into that effort. But prior to migrating public safety users, one thing that did occur, we did identify coverage gaps that were in and around the Granite Bay area, the high school specifically, and the American River Canyon area. Those were key to our migration with our sheriff. We do a lot of planning on the front end of this. We do coverage map, predictive coverage mapping, all kinds of things to plan and execute well. But unfortunately, we did find some gaps, and they were critical to be filled. We were very fortunate to be able to fix those by temporarily deploying equipment purchased for Tahoe into that Granite Bay, we call it Volcano Hill, Forest Hill, and PCWA Ferguson locations, which did ultimately fix those gaps and allowed us to migrate our sheriff and public safety users over. A key there was temporary deployment of that equipment as we had it readily available at that time, and Tahoe had not yet been developed. So with that said, Tahoe is, we've set our sights on Tahoe over the last few years, and we did begin development in the Tahoe area. We have learned a lot from our previous years of deployment and planning, and we've taken that knowledge and said, let's look at this in a phased approach, one which we know we can identify some upper locations, upper sites that would give us the best coverage throughout the basin, and then do our testing and come back and ask for, go through a phase 2, which would allow us to fill in and not just say, hey, we need 7 sites. We're going to come to you today, and not today, but at a future date to ask for funding associated with these sites. So Cabin Creek was developed, as I said, in 1819. We have an existing site lease in Mount Pluto and a lease that was recently completed for Martis Peak. Those are the 3 sites that we'll be targeting and really be purchasing equipment for. And then we will come back to phase 2 once that is done and deploy the rest of those sites. At this point, I'm going to turn it to Jarrett to talk about the fiscal update associated with this project.
So as Dieter mentioned, back in 2008, the project was identified as approximately going to take $26 million to build out. Project inception to date, we're at a little over $14 million. Current reserve fund balance is about $500K. And I want to right now distinguish 2 different funds. So we have our countywide radio fund, which is used to build this infrastructure, and then ongoing maintenance is within our radio project within the telecommunications division budget. So those are 2 separate funds. So the 503 is the current reserve fund balance of the infrastructure countywide radio fund. The anticipated cost to finish the project are basically going to be $1.1 million to fund those 3 sites in the West region. So it's the Forest Hill, Granite Bay, and PCWA sites. And then once those are in, as Dieter alluded to, we'll test coverage, update our predictive mapping tool, and then really determine what is remaining needed to fill the coverage gaps that we know will be there in the Tahoe area, and we anticipate that being a maximum of 4 sites up to $3.5 million. But we'll come back to the board once those have been identified. So that concludes our presentation. Open it up to any questions you may have.
All right. Any questions by board members? So just to be clear, we've spent, if you go jump back on one side, we've spent about 14, and right now you're estimating another 4.6-ish?
Correct. Yeah, so we're going to end up around 19, under 20 for sure.
Wonderful.
Yes.
All right. I don't see any questions by board members. Any members of the public have any questions on this item? This is not an action item. We're just receiving an update. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We're going to go ahead and jump to item 12A. This is the Truckee River Recreational Access Trail Project, a reimbursement agreement with Town of Truckee.
Is this on?
Yep.
So my name is Kansas McGann. I'm a senior engineer, Department of Public Works, Tahoe Engineering Division. We're asking the board today to authorize the Director of Public Works to execute a cost share agreement. And this is going to be between Placer County and the Town of Truckee. And this agreement covers costs for the final design on the intersection of Town of Truckee's Legacy Trail and Placer County's Truckee River Recreational Access Trail. So just to take a step back, the Placer County's Truckee River Recreational Access Trail, this is paramount in connecting the communities on the north shore of Lake Tahoe with Truckee. We're referring to the 8-mile section of the Resort Triangle. It's from Truckee to Squaw Valley Road. This is an 8-mile section here. This is identified in the recent tourism master plan. It's also a priority in the draft county parks and trails master plan. And then it's also identified in some regional transportation plans by TRPA and SACOG in Sacramento. So the jurisdictional line cuts through the trail. So this cost share agreement between jurisdictions will facilitate a completion of the design of the intersection of the two trails. And I'm noticing my trails aren't heavy enough, but we have
we get the idea. We're familiar with it.
The Legacy Trail Phase 4 is going to come in here. We have the jurisdictional line between Placer and Town of Truckee. And the cost share agreement is this green section of trail here. It's the intersection of two trails. We have the Truckee River Recreational Access Trail that will continue south towards Squaw Valley, and the Town of Truckee is bringing in and terminating their trail within Placer County. So it makes sense to form a cooperative agreement between jurisdictions. So concurrent with our work with Town of Truckee, we are completing the Truckee River Recreational Access Plan, and that's the plan that's looking at the corridor, and we're looking at alignments and alternatives for the trail continuation into Squaw Valley. We're looking at opportunities to increase public access to the Truckee River and connecting soft surface trails, looking at connecting public campgrounds, and also opportunities for day use parking. So this figure is just typical of the level of detail that we're creating in the Truckee River Recreational Access Plan. We're going to present several alternative alignments for, it's going to be a separate Class 1 trail, separate from the right-of-way travel on Highway 89. And based on community input from a workshop we held last fall, we know we need to balance the needs for riverfront private property privacy as well as the public's request for trails, connectivity, and alternative transportation modes. So we're going to present it in a way where we've got some different alternatives, different options as dotted lines, but also a preferred alternative as a solid line. So our trail alignments in the draft plan are going to utilize existing secondary roads on Forest Service parcels, as well as the former railroad grade where it crosses public land. So private property and homes are going to be avoided. We're proposing several new bridges to avoid private property homes, and we're going to utilize both sides of the river. We anticipate a second public workshop in September prior to us finalizing this plan, and we intend to move forward subsequent to that with environmental documentation, design, and we will likely construct this trail in segments. So that's my presentation, and I can take any questions.
All right, so my takeaway based on the photos is that we're being asked to enter into a reimbursement agreement with the town of Truckee, and we're going to build a railroad along the Truckee River. That's awesome. Okay. So that's great. We'll move forward with that, right? Colleagues have any questions? Supervisor Gustafson, question, comment?
No question. My comment is great job on behalf of staff and all the work they've put into this. I think we've been talking about this project along the Truckee River for as many years as I've lived there.
The railroad part of it?
Yeah, yeah. Well, no, I'm not quite as,
Okay.
no. And it's just a tremendous asset for our community, not only for recreation, but more and more of our employees and folks are using our trails for transportation. And especially at the advent of e-bikes and everything that we're seeing to assist us as we get older. Not that we're talking about old age today, but it really does help people commute and get out of their vehicles. So I really thank staff for their excellent work on this and support the project.
Okay. Any members of the public want to address the board prior to us taking action? Okay, seeing none, we are being asked to authorize the Director of Public Works to execute a reimbursement agreement with the town of Truckee for moving this project forward. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
We have a motion, Gustafson, second Holmes, or was that Wygant? Wygant. Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much. Will, you're up. I got 2 items in 10 minutes.
All right, we'll make this 2 minutes.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. This item today, we're recommending that your board approve the annual state transit assistance claim from PCTPA. And this amount of money allocated to the county this year is $1,093,886. And the claim will do 3 different things. It will provide $675,000 for operations for Placer County Transit, $85,000 for TART, and $333,886 towards the purchase of a replacement bus for Placer Commuter Express down the road a little bit, probably by 2021. The funds for the operations are in this current year budget, so they're consistent with the budget. And the claim process is an annual process. They'll be approved by PCTPA at their board meeting tomorrow, I hope. And the similar claim came from from TRPA earlier this year. So we're asking you to adopt a resolution to approve the FY 18-19 State Transit Assistance Claim for Placer County Transportation Planning Agency, in the amount of $1,093,886 to fund operations for Placer County Transit, TART, and also for the purchase of a replacement bus.
All right, questions by board members? The one thing I will correct is PCTPA met last week, and we don't meet again until June.
That's right.
So it's not tomorrow.
So you got approved ahead of time. That's right.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, seeing no questions from board members, any members of the public want to address the board on this? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. What's the pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion Gustafson, second Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much. Moving on, we're going to adjourn as Placer County Board of Supervisors, convene as Placer County's successor agency in order to take up item 13A. Get rid of some property, hopefully. Yep. And just a reminder on the time here.
Good morning, be very quick. I can go through this quickly and we'll answer questions. Eric Finley with Department of Facilities Management. I'm a senior project manager, and with me is Janet Triplett, a project manager.
as well. We are asking today for your consideration to authorize the successor agency officer or designate designee to execute 2 brokerage agreements. I'm looking for my remote. Thank you.
Wow. Our deputy wears many hats there. He's IT assistant.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. To authorize brokerage, 2 separate brokerage services agreements to list and market 2 successor agency properties in Kings Beach, the Swiss Smart property and the Town Center South property. In Kings Beach, we have 4 properties associated with the former redevelopment agency. The large orange one is the Kings Beach Center, which is county owned. And then there are 3 other properties that are successor agency owned. The ones we are speaking of today are the yellow Swiss Mart and the purple Town Center South. The orange and the green are both under contract right now for moving forward with a purchase and sale agreement. We have no interest or interested parties currently in the other 2 properties, and that is why we're here today.
Okay.
I just will point out, this is the Kings Beach Town Center. Swiss Mart, or Town Center South, is a little bit unique in that it is in the town center, but also in the residential area of Kings Beach, so it's both in and out. This is a Swiss Mart property. It's a 3rd acre. It is a remediated former gas station. It's quite small. The site was remediated to a point where it received regulatory closure from the Lahontan Regional Board. So it's vacant, as both properties are. And we'll see. Excuse me. This is the Town Center South property. It is just under an acre. Again, this would be it's 4 contiguous parcels, but the 2 on the lakeside are outside of the town center, and the 2 on the North Lake Boulevard are within the town center. What we're doing is we're asking you to authorize the 2 separate brokerage agreements. They would be suggested listing price of $279 for Swiss Mart and $875 for Town Center South. If I didn't say before, our brokerage agreements would be with Mancuso Real Properties out of Truckee. They are a local broker, and Katie Mancuso would be our listing broker. The term would be for 1 year, and there would be a standard 6% brokerage commission paid from the proceeds of the sale. Prior to the successor agency officer executing this agreement, we will be presenting the 2 agreements to the Consolidated Oversight Board for their approval prior to execution. If we are able to get a buyer for these properties, we would return to both the successor agency board and the Consolidated Oversight Board for approval of purchase and sale agreements prior to doing any sale of the property. And any net proceeds from the sale of the property would go to the taxing entities per the long-range property management plan. And with that, I will take any questions that you might have.
Board members have any questions? All right, members of the public, any questions? Seeing none, we're being asked to approve a couple of exclusive real estate brokerage services agreements. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion, Gustafson, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I think that wraps up our Tahoe-related items. So at this point, we're going to adjourn as the Placer County Successor Agency, reconvene as Placer County Board of Supervisors, and bid adieu to our colleague from District 5, who unfortunately has to leave us early in order to make it up the hill to a very important meeting regarding the future of infrastructure in the Tahoe Basin that she's spearheading a group of private business owners around and trying to get good private business support on some infrastructure stuff up there. And their schedules being what they are, this was the one time that she was able to get them all together in a room so she could beat all their heads together simultaneously. She's going to leave here in order to head up the hill to have that meeting, and I wish you very good luck in that meeting. I know how important that is. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay, we'll go back to our timed items now. I think we left off with, when we jumped ahead, we had left off with our 10 o'clock timed item. This is the assessment and fee report for 2019-20.
Good morning, Chairman Uller and members of the board. I'm Becky Correa, and I'm the Administrative and Operations Manager with the Department of Public Works. The item before you occurs each year, and I'm asking you to conduct a public hearing to consider the fiscal year 2019-20 assessment and fee report for county services, sewer districts, permanent road divisions, and community facility districts. I'm also asking that you adopt a resolution to confirm the fiscal year 2019-20 assessments and approve the charges to be on the fiscal year 2019-20 county tax roll. State law requires you to consider the annual charges for the county approximately 170 county service areas, zones of benefits, sewer districts, permanent road divisions, and community facility districts, herein referred to as special districts. The charges provide a revenue source for services such as street lighting, road rehabilitation, snow removal, fire protection, drainage, parks, and landscape maintenance. Approximately 39,000 charges to distinct parcels are included in the fiscal year 2019-20 assessment and fee report. The special districts have been established based on county requirements for most new subdivisions to fund ongoing administrative and operation and maintenance of infrastructure improvements within the boundaries. When each special district is formed, a fee structure is typically set by an assessment, property tax, local ordinance, special tax, or other charge that are included in property tax bills as part of the county tax roll each year. Special districts established prior to 1996 passage of Proposition 218 do not include an automatic consumer price index adjustment. The CPI this year is 4.5%. A budget summary accompanies this resolution. So today, I'm asking conduct a public hearing to consider the fiscal 19-20 assessment and fee report, and that you adopt a resolution to confirm the fiscal year 2019 assessments and approve the charges to be on the fiscal 2019-20 county tax roll. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions? Seeing no questions from board members right now, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Any members of the public wish to address the board prior to us taking action? We'll close public hearing, bring it back to the board. We're being asked to adopt a resolution to confirm the fiscal year 19-20 assessments and approve the charges to be on the fiscal year 19-20 county tax roll. What's the pleasure of the board? We have a motion, Holmes, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, none. Supervisor Gustafson absent. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, moving on. Our 10, I think it's a 10-10 timed item, is that right? Yep, 10-10. This is Health and Human Services, an update on the various homeless initiatives.
Good morning, Chair Euler, members of the board. Jeff Brown again, your Health and Human Services Director. This morning, I am accompanied by Kathy Denton, our department's manager in charge of a number of our homeless programs, and also Scott Thurman to my left of Thurman Consulting, who coordinates our continuum of care coordinating entity, the Homeless Resource Council of the Sierras. So this morning, we will be sharing with you national and state data, our most recent point-in-time count, the development of our most recent strategic plan, and also an overview over the last couple of years of some of our newer initiatives. As a bit of background, homelessness is a complex issue, and really, I like to phrase it as the intersection of all of our major social issues, most notably a lack of affordable housing, disabilities, substance abuse, mental illness, physical conditions, including HIV, past foster care, domestic violence, and low levels of education. Homelessness is a national problem, and while we have seen a decline since 2007, in the last few years, we've seen significant increases in our state of California. As you can see, California is disproportionately impacted, housing 24% of the nation's total. And you can also note from this slide that in California, we generally don't do well in sheltering our homeless population. On any given night, we only shelter about 31%. You can see in the state of New York, they shelter around 95% on any given night. This slide essentially references the 5 states that have the most significant levels of homelessness. California, again, leads the charge in total numbers, followed by New York, Florida, Texas, and Washington. These 5 states account for about 56% of the nation's homelessness. And then when we look at rates per 10,000 population, it's actually New York and Hawaii exceed the levels that we have in California. Still very high levels, but we're not number 1 in terms of the highest homeless rate. In Placer County, our numbers have been relatively flat for over a decade. When we go out every other year, we're doing it every year now for the last couple of years, we find roughly about 600 individuals that are homeless. And then I included this slide to just give you a comparison of some of our neighbors and some of the other counties in California. You can see from the 4th column, that's the rate. Our rate is relatively low. It's less than 50% of the California rate. And since 2017, we've actually seen a slight decline. As compared to the numbers in 2018, which aren't listed on this chart, we had an increase of about 5%. But as compared to 2017, I've only included 2017, 2019 because many counties only do the count every 2 years. And you can see some of the numbers, particularly the rates. In San Francisco, 92.7 individuals per 10,000. So 500% higher than what we have in our county. Butte County has a rate very similar to that level. The reason they're not listed on this slide is because they have not yet formally released the results from 2019. Neither has the city of Sacramento or the city of Los Angeles. The buzz is that those numbers in Los Angeles and Sacramento are going to increase again this year. And now I'd like to turn the presentation over to Kathy Denton to talk about our most recent homeless count.
Good morning. HUD requires us, our continuum of care, to do a count every year. 1 year that count is for sheltered, the other on odd years it's for sheltered and unsheltered. Our continuum of care has decided that we're going to count every year, both sheltered and unsheltered, so that we can get a better accounting of our homeless and the services that they might need. In 2019, we counted the last week of January as normal. We picked the night of the 23rd in which all our homeless were counted. But we counted for 10 days. So where were they sleeping on the night of January 23rd? Our count shows that we have about 65% male and 35% females. 12% are children under the age of 18. 20% of our homeless are families. We only had 2 families that were unsheltered in cars. 16% of our adults are 60 years or older. 52% are sheltered and 48% are unsheltered. 46% are chronically homeless. Chronically homeless is an individual who has been homeless continuously for a year or had 4 episodes of homelessness in the last 3 years. Self-reporting, we had 13% that were currently fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, or sex trafficking. 9% were veterans. Again, self-reporting, we had 40% that identified as having a serious mental illness, 28% substance abuse, 21% lived in foster care or group homes, 75% lived in Placer County at least 1 year prior to becoming homeless. This year we did something a little different in our count. As I mentioned, we counted for the night of the 23rd, but we went out on the 24th as a mass group. We partnered up with all our law enforcement jurisdictions, including the CHP. So teams typically were two workers and a law enforcement individual. We blanket the county We used a mobile app to take surveys with our folks, and then we were able to pinpoint with the GIS, GPS locating, to give us the GIS mapping that we have in front of you that kind of highlights where our populations were. In South Placer, we found 12 in the unincorporated area, 17 in the city of Lincoln. I know it's a little hard to see the names of the towns there. 5 in the city of Loomis, 25 in Rockland, 258 in Roseville. That also included our nomadic shelter. Mid-Placer, we had 271 in the unincorporated. That included our temporary emergency shelter that we have at DeWitt. We found 3 in the city of Colfax and 15 in the city limits of Auburn. Up in Eastern Placer, our Tahoe Basin, we found 11 individuals. And this is just a snapshot. One night, where did you sleep? So it gives just a quick picture of what our homeless are, who they are, what they need. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Scott Thurman of Thurman Consultant. He is our homeless continuum of care coordinator.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. I want to provide you a brief overview of the Placer County Homeless Strategy that was written and completed in January of this year. As a major focus of this strategic plan, the focus was on satisfying no place like home requirements. Many of you, I'm sure, are aware that there's over $2 billion available in no place like home funding through the state of California. Placer County applied for and is likely to receive $1.8 million in this most recent round of funding. So as part of the application process, each jurisdiction was required to submit a homeless strategy or strategic plan. So the framework of this actual plan is based on the requirements of No Place Like Home. But on an ongoing basis, this strategy is not just for the purposes of No Place Like Home. It can work as a framework for a future discussion as it relates to homelessness and housing. And so this is a document that is a working and we believe is a living document that you can use for future discussion. So part of our process in writing and facilitating the process for this strategic plan included community meetings. We had several community meetings and we made sure we hit all of the major metropolitan areas in Placer County. We also performed individual interviews and we actually tried to interview all of the supervisors and we dialogued with council members as well. And we hit, again, the major areas, Mid-Placer, South Placer, Tahoe, Truckee. We had meetings in all of those areas. And just want to distinguish or just want to emphasize the Roseville meeting. We had a very good and positive community meeting in Roseville. There were over 40 individuals who attended that meeting and gave very good input. It wasn't just individuals who are homeless advocates. There were plenty of community members there that had issues. But at the end of that meeting, we felt like there was a good understanding about homeless services and what's in the best interest for the Placer County community. And we also received input from law enforcement, as I mentioned, elected officials, the business community, homeless individuals, stakeholders, and providers of homeless services, and community members in general. So we decided we wanted to have, as part of this document, some suggested strategies going forward from our firm. And the reason we wanted to do this is what we find with homeless strategic plans in general is that many of them are really designed to be put on a bookshelf and gather dust. And really don't have any concrete ideas going forward of how you can address homelessness and housing. So we came up with 6 different strategies that we are suggesting to the county to consider implementing. Strategy one, I do want to emphasize that strategy one, there was an across-the-board consensus at just about all of the meetings we had, individual interviews and meetings, that affordable housing and permanent supportive housing is a need related to housing. And we actually wrote the strategy for Nevada County as well, and that was consistent across the board there as well. And you see the other strategies there. And I also want to emphasize strategy number 3. And the reason I want to emphasize this is what we find in most communities that we work with, and we've worked with about 13 or 14 different counties in Northern California, we find that when there is a housing project or a shelter that's being proposed, that at the same time, that's when the communication with the general community takes place. And what we're suggesting is that there be some type of ongoing communication so that it's not so much of a heavy lift to try to implement a project and also communicate with the general public. So we're suggesting perhaps quarterly meetings where you can receive input from the general public and inform them of what's taking place with homeless services, that you utilize social media, newsletters, to keep them informed on what's taking place with the homeless population and homeless services. So that would be our encouragement. That's one of our stronger strategy encouragements within this plan. And then you see the other strategies. We of course, strategy number 4 is encouraging Placer County to increase the level of alcohol and drug treatment. And part of that is because there's going to be additional funding coming up in the near future related to those type of services. So we want to encourage you to take advantage of that. And then you see the other strategies. The Built for Zero campaign, that's actually a conference that I attend along with Placer County staff, and it's a very valuable, the best homeless services and housing conference that I've attended in my 30 years of homeless services. So encouraging to continue on with that particular campaign and attending that particular conference. I welcome any questions.
Questions by board members?
We're not completely done with, we have one more part
okay.
of the presentation.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Maybe we will push all the questions.
All right,
That's fine. So before talking about permanent housing that is enumerated on this slide, I would like to highlight our very strong partnership with the Gathering Inn to operate shelters in both locations in the county, in both Mid and South Placer. The Gathering Inn serves up to 165 individuals on any given night, and most nights all beds are taken. They also provide coordination case management services to move individuals into recovery and into permanent housing. And they've done an excellent job, particularly over the past year, at assuming operations of the shelter in North Auburn. In terms of permanent housing, we've accomplished quite a bit in the past 2 years. Started with the purchase using Mental Health Services Act dollars of the Main Street property in Roseville. We received 2 $1 million donations from Sutter Health Foundation. The first, we were able to purchase 2 buildings to house 14 individuals. We're actually looking for housing right now for the second donation. We've expanded our board and care capacity by 25%. We've invested with the city of Roseville in the Meta Housing program, which just broke ground last week. And that's going to set aside 10 units for individuals that are seriously mentally ill. And then very excited about the Mercy Housing Project. We're hoping to invest our No Place Like Home dollars, both competitive and non-competitive. That amounts to about $2.8 million. And we're also going to dedicate 20 project-based vouchers to support this project and allow us to house 20 individuals that are homeless and seriously mentally ill. Some other housing programs we have in terms of homeless prevention and rapid rehousing involves our CalWorks housing support program. That really is focused on families. In the last year, we served about 30 families. We hope to serve more than that at the end of this year. At a previous presentation, we were talking about seniors. Colby highlighted the Home Safe program. Again, trying to keep frail seniors in their housing rather than having them fall to the streets. Our housing coordinators have worked tirelessly, really trying to recruit landlords, but make that connection between individuals with maybe not the perfect rental history and get them into permanent homes. And then our Built for Zero initiative is an initiative that we're participants with a number of other counties, also the city of Roseville, and really trying to look at our data and better target populations for permanent housing. Right now, we've identified 49 individuals that are chronically homeless that consistently score high on our vulnerability index. And of those 49, we've actually already placed 15 in permanent housing. Housing authorities, both our housing authority and that of the city of Roseville, have expanded what they do. Our housing authority has added a limited homeless preference to target resources to the homeless. We've really worked on our VASH vouchers, working with the Veterans Administration to try to identify and serve our homeless military veterans. And we've increased our utilization within our county, probably about 20% in the past year. We still have vouchers, still working with the VA. Our goal is to get all of those 69 VASH units leased up. And then we were successful, both Roseville and our housing authority, in accessing additional vouchers that we can use for this population. And then this is a host of some other programs that we've done over the past couple of years. You're pretty familiar with our homeless liaison team, the partnership with probation, the sheriff, and our mental health practitioners to really reach out to people on the street and try to engage them into recovery and try to keep them out of the jail and keep them out of the hospital and keep them out of our psychiatric health facility. We've expanded mental health services, drug and alcohol services, and application assistance for disabled individuals applying for Social Security SSI. We've successfully secured additional outreach dollars through a homeless mentally ill outreach and treatment grant. We co-fund a position with the city of Roseville for more outreach within South County. We also, as part of our whole person care program, added medical respite, 6 beds, to essentially work with individuals that are homeless that are being discharged from the hospital and try to give them more time to recover and also find them permanent housing. And then last but not least, whole person care. This is kind of a banner program for us. That number says we've served 240. That's an old slide. It's actually, we're up to 290. We have housed, in the last couple of years, about 100 individuals. This program really focuses on frequent utilizers of service, people that overutilize the jail, overutilize the emergency room and psychiatric health facilities. And we've had great results in reducing both emergency room and inpatient use of our area hospitals. The last thing I'll mention is we've certainly received quite a bit of acclaim for this project. It was the first one in the Sacramento area until the city of Sacramento added a project, and we were acknowledged last year by CSAC with one of their few challenge awards. And so at this point, we're done with our presentation, and any of the three of us are available to answer any questions you may have.
Wonderful. All right, Supervisor Gore, now.
Terrific. Thank you very much for the update. I appreciate it. I spent yesterday afternoon driving in the car, reading this report in particular. And what's
While you were
clear-
driving?
Well, my husband was driving. So.
Thinking you multitask better than I do.
He did homework and he drove. Okay, thank you for clarifying. So it's evident a lot of work. Our county has done a lot of work to address some of the needs that we have. And then, of course, we still have needs, right? So we still have a couple hundred individuals who are unsheltered. And so, like you said, there's the next steps. And so you've given us some strategies, which is good. And I think the question then I have, Jeff, is as we look at permanent supportive housing, how do we best interact with our cities and work together with our nonprofits to look at these next steps, right? Because I don't think there's one answer. There's one way to do it. And these are good. This is a good start. But how do we get to this next step of providing that permanent supportive housing?
Well, there's a couple of things we're going to be doing, particularly with the remaining Sutter money, but Mental Health Services Act dollars. We hope to be essentially buying units every year. And then our strategy has been scattered site housing. So we move into a purchase arrangement, but during the escrow process, we identify a nonprofit agency and we transfer that housing over to them to manage. with a deed stipulation that they maintain it for low-income housing for our population for at least 45 years. So we're going to continue. We've had great success with that model. We have had great acceptance in all of the neighborhoods where we've worked. And so I think by spreading out those units around the county without creating too much of a concentration has actually been a strategy that's been accepted by most communities. The second piece that we're going to be doing is anytime a developer comes to the table and wants to work on some type of affordable housing program and they need some gap financing, we will certainly look at using Mental Health Services Act dollars to invest in those programs to set aside a few of those units for the population that we serve, so that we can facilitate the larger project, which certainly has more beds than just for our population, but it would certainly have some dedicated beds. So if we're really going to get traction with everybody, we do need more housing. And we have some goals. We'd like to get to 0 with veterans homelessness, and certainly with families, and then ultimately, trying to work with our chronic population, which is the most challenging population, but we're actually seeing some good results working with them.
Thank you. So a follow-up question, and this goes back to several years ago when the county had, is it the Malbart study?
Marbut. Dr.
study,
Marbut.
Right. And it's been a while since I've had a chance to look at that, but I think it had a different model of of things that he was suggesting. And so I know there's a group looking at trying to raise money to have a large shelter built to address some needs, and I'd like to make sure that we as a county are having conversations, especially with some of these other groups, so that they know what the county's up to and we're dialoguing about what we really need in this community.
Yeah, well, we still are having those conversations, and so I think that the difficulty is finding a site large enough with community acceptance that you could build a larger project on. But if you could get community acceptance and find the perfect site and find the financing, then generally we would applaud the addition of more beds, because we certainly we need every additional bed we could add.
Right. So right now what we're focusing on is finding units that we can purchase on an annual basis to meet some of these needs.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Holmes.
Oh, yeah, I have a comment and a question, and I promise I won't answer it for you.
If it's a hard one, maybe you could.
I visited at least 4 of those homes where these nonprofit manages them, and they're very, very well run, and I appreciate what they do. But I have a question about the meta housing in Roseville, and there's going to be 10 units set aside for severely mentally ill. Who is monitoring that population?
Those will be individuals that are enrolled in our full-service partnership. So they will have a case manager that is either on a county team, we have a homeless FSP, and we have a co-occurring that are county operated, and then Turning Point is our largest contractor of a full-service partnership. So each of those individuals will have the support of that team that has a whatever-it-takes kind of model.
Okay, thank you.
Was that your question? That was the hard one? They were able to answer it.
Yeah,
You didn't even have to cue them.
I knew that, but let them answer.
Supervisor Wygant?
Jeff, from this presentation, it looks like we're partnering more closely with Roseville as compared to other incorporated jurisdiction partners. What can you tell me about that? Why is that, and is there any way that we could help with the other jurisdictions, or?
Well, there is. I know I had a couple of discussions with the police chief in Auburn, and he's interested in working with us. When Stan Nader was on the city council, he definitely would come to our meetings, and we worked with him also. It really depends on the interest of the city. I think Roseville's been very interested, and part of the reason is they have a significant impact. When you look at our distribution of homeless individuals, when we do our point-in-time count, roughly about half are we find in the Mid-Placer area, the majority being in North Auburn, and then the other half are down in Roseville. And so Roseville's come to the table. They have a very progressive housing authority. They want to add new programs, and they've been very successful, and we've actually worked very, very well. Our housing authorities are very complementary to each other. And in fact, when we're working together to target veterans, our main partner at the table, other than the VA, is the city of Roseville.
Well, if it comes to
We
any
also have
policy
our-
conversations
yeah.
with my neck of the woods, I'm just, don't hesitate.
Yeah, so, we've invited everyone to come to our Homeless Resource Council of the Sierra meetings, and we have mixed attendance. When there's an issue that's pretty exciting, people come, and when we get down to the more mundane business of operations, we don't always have great attendance. But the cities that have been most involved, I would say over the past year, have been the city of Roseville and quite frankly, representatives from Lincoln. And but we have had discussions from time to time with Rockland, and certainly with the city of Auburn, and we will be engaging with the police chief there.
We have, Jeff has, and the city of Roseville have organized quarterly South Placer meetings, and the city of Rockland Police Department, their housing authority have attended those meetings. The city of Lincoln, Mr. Nader has attended those meetings. So conversations are starting and have been engaged in. We just haven't been able to develop something as of yet.
Thanks.
All right.
Before you move
Oh,
on.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Gore.
Well, just a point, Supervisor Wygant, I had an opportunity to speak to a couple of the newer Lincoln City Council members and the city attorney in Lincoln, and they're very interested in moving forward with some conversations about addressing some of the homeless needs in the city of Lincoln, which is terrific, and so there'll be an opportunity to follow up. But I think they're seeing that there is some need in that area as well.
Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Holmes, I still
I just want to
something else
say,
you want to add?
the relationship with the city of Roseville is enhanced by the Gathering Inn, which has their, on Berkeley Avenue, has their facility there, and their nomadic program run out of the facility in Roseville.
All right. Seeing no other lights by my colleagues, at this time we'll go ahead and entertain any comments members of the public might have. Feel free to step on forward.
Betsy Bender, North Auburn, District 5. I was hoping that Cindy would be here, but I'm sure she'll be watching this later. For your benefit, Supervisor Gore, as well as District 5, 2 years ago I stood before this board with about 100 people behind me or in front of me, yelling and screaming and crying about the shelter issues that were thrown into North Auburn, in DeWitt. You can see today that we are not in that situation. And I really want to thank, I really need to get my iPad ready. I really want to thank Jeff and Kathy for their ongoing communication. They would just get slaughtered. I mean, I can't believe they would come back to the meetings. But I also want to thank the Gathering Inn, Keith and Nick specifically, for really changing what's going on here in North Auburn. So I'm here as a member of the North Auburn Neighborhood Watch to comment on the Gathering Inn. We recognize, and I want to share my thoughts on TGI as of today versus the shelter operations that you've had to hear from me before. And I did not want this meeting to go without public comment. Yes, silence is golden, but you need to hear the good things that the community recognizes besides just the silence that I'm sure you're enjoying. So TGI has worked with the community to improve their processes and minimize the impact on our community. They've held regular meetings open to the community to give updates and status on how many people were housed, different situations, the drug test results, the breathalyzer results, et cetera. And they've received input from the community at those meetings. Every bit of that input was reviewed at the end of the meeting, followed up on, and then presented back at the next meeting what action was taken or what couldn't be taken, and the reasons behind that. Very different from previous relationships. I also want to add that when the Gathering Inn needs community support, it's posted on Facebook, on our local pages, and the Auburn community at large has come through with all of the needs requested. That did not happen 2 years ago. You mentioned the shelter vendor, and all you got was hundreds of negative and very blatantly aggressive comments in regards to that. Every request that has been posted has been met. Let me give you a couple of examples. I was contacted by the Gathering Inn that they needed, I'm going to speak for the other 100 people, that they needed feminine hygiene products. I posted it on Facebook. Within an hour, there were several individuals that said, I'm going to the store now, I'll deliver it today or tomorrow. It happened. I was contacted by a local restaurant, the Happy Walk in the Save Mart Shopping Center, to give them the kudos, who said, how much money do you need for those products? I'm like, sure, I don't know, $500. The check was cut that day and delivered to the Gathering Inn, if not that day, the next morning, okay? We have community support. We need direction. We need to give them direction on what the Gathering Inn needs, but we have it. Another example was computers. And this one blows my mind, okay? Computers. We're not talking about toiletries. We're talking about computers. They needed computers for their business center, a resource center. The community came forward, donated the computers, and Vince at Computer Addiction wiped out their hard drives, fixed everything up, and made them ready for the shelter. What's amazing is, I don't know, just a couple months ago and over the last year, I continue to get people that contact me that say, I have this, does the shelter need it? I have this. Some of those things are still ongoing computers. They go to Vince, he cleans them up, Gathering Inn says, we don't really need them anymore, but the awesome thing is they're going to the residents, they're going to the graduates of the Gathering Inn to build their lives when they move out on their own. So the community is still contributing to the program way beyond the shelter itself.
Can I ask you to conclude?
Wrap it up.
Please. As much as we love
I
you,
know.
yes, we do.
So one other thing. While most in the community still don't like the location, they're not here complaining about it. We understand it's here to stay. And given that, we really appreciate the services that are provided between the Gathering Inn and North Auburn Neighborhood Watch no longer focuses on shelter issues. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Chair.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Betsy, I just want to thank you for your leadership in this whole issue. I know it was just a tremendous burden when the other firm was managing the shelter, but you really stepped up and took steps to make this right. Keith Estes from Century Lighting out at the airport was here earlier, and he also did a great job. So thank you for your leadership on this issue.
My pleasure, and I hope to continue to support it.
Good, thank you. Anybody else wish to address the board on this?
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Euler, Supervisors. I just want to thank the board for your continued attention and for the resources you've put into homeless services. You've really stepped up. And I want to thank Jeff Brown and Kathy Denton for their leadership on this issue and for your continued pursuit of new opportunities and new innovative programs to address homelessness and meet the needs of people who are struggling. You're really making a difference, and the community thanks you. And Scott, you're doing a wonderful job as a coordinator. And it's like herding cats with that group. It really is. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Keith Dieterich, CEO of the Gathering Inn. Thank you for your time, Chair.
Thank you for the commercial.
And other supervisors, really appreciate it. A couple of things. First of all, not every jurisdiction has leadership like this board has provided. There's a lot of competing ideas of what to do and when to do it and how to do it. But this board has provided real leadership on this issue. And you didn't really need to have to as much as you've been doing. So we really do appreciate it, the homeless service providers in the community. Also, Jeff and Kathy and Dr. Oldham and Jeff and everybody involved with the county from a staff perspective. This issue is a very forefront issue for them, and they've really done a good job of providing leadership to us in the nonprofit sector on how to really address the homelessness issue. Placer County is a major supporter of the Gathering Inn. So is Roseville. So is Rockland. Rockland provides Gathering Inn with significant funding, and so does the City of Lincoln. We're actually providing some technical assistance with the City of Lincoln right now with some of their homeless initiatives that they're trying to do, and I can fill in board members on that at a later time. I'm going to give you just a really quick example of the support also from the Auburn community. So we've been doing monthly meetings with the community up here in Auburn. Kay and Don over at Ceronics have been hosting them. Very well attended, doing them every month. We're now doing them every quarter. But during one of those meetings, I said, you know what? The one thing we really need at the Gathering Inn is that at the DeWitt Center, there's no kitchen on site. And we're having to bring in meals every day from the community. And I had an anonymous donor come up to me, anonymous gentleman, not donor yet, but an anonymous gentleman come up to me and says, well, what do you think you need? And I said, well, I think we need a mobile kitchen. He says, well, I may know how to get one of those. And I said, yeah, but it's got to be not like one of those little food trucks. I mean, it's got to be like a mobile kitchen. He says, I can probably find you one of those. And I said, well, yeah, you probably find me one, but I don't have any money for it. And he says, well, I probably could take care of that too. So one thing leads to another, and we have a 53-foot long, 8.5-foot wide, mobile disaster relief kitchen. It's parked at Kay and Don Ceronics parking lot right now. Tom Dwelly and his group hauled it out from Virginia in 3 days to come out here. And we're going to start serving meals in it, hopefully, in the next month or two on site. Placer County Facilities Department has been fantastic of working with us to coordinate it. You've really got great county staff working together, but then also you've got great support from the community. That was a $70,000 donation from folks up in the Auburn community. So we're just really pleased as the Gathering Inn to be able to be a partner with the county and other jurisdictions, other nonprofits, to do the best we can to get folks. At the end of the day, we exist to house people that are homeless. So thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today, and thank you for your leadership, and then for our staff's leadership, and then also for the support from the Auburn community. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. All right, seeing nobody else rise, would you do me a favor? About 5 slides in, you had the Homelessness in America 2018, the highest number of homelessness. And while you're bringing that up,
Is it this slide?
Nope, keep going. 2 more. 1 more. That one. So about 8 days ago, Governor Newsom announced his new homelessness task force. Darrell Steinberg from Sacramento is heading up that task force. Have there been any calls to Placer County yet to ask us how we're doing it up here?
Not yet.
Well, I ask that in all seriousness because as I look at this list, so California represents 12% of the United States population, 39 million people. We're 12% of the U.S. population. We have 24% of U.S. homelessness. New York, at 9 million people, represents 3% of the U.S. population, has 17% of U.S. homelessness. Washington, at just over 2 million people, 8 million people, represents 2% of the U.S. population, yet has 4% of homelessness. Meanwhile, Florida, at 22 million people, represents 7% of the U.S. population. They have 6% of the homelessness. Texas, at 28 million people, represents 9% of the U.S. population with 5%. Here in California, Placer County, our 600 plus or minus homeless people equates to 0.1% of our county population of 386. Statewide, we're running at 0.3% of homelessness. The 130,000 represents, 130,000 homeless people represent 0.3% of the population of the state of California. So we're obviously doing something right. There are states, big states, that are doing something right. And I'm just curious, why didn't Governor Newsom just pick up the phone and call Governor Abbott of Texas and ask him, what are you doing down there? Or Governor DeSantis of Florida and ask him, what are you doing down there? I suspect I know the answer as to why Governor Newsom wasn't calling Governor Abbott or Governor DeSantis. But you look around the country, there are places that they're doing it right. There are counties in California where we're heading the right direction. And nobody's reaching out to our people. It's very disappointing to me.
Yeah, they have not yet announced who's going to be on that task force in terms of members yet, but whether or not anyone approaches us about membership remains to be seen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll get down off my soapbox now. Thank you for letting me go through a little therapy there. With that, this was just an update. No action was needed by our board, although I feel like I took some. So we'll go ahead and move on. Thank you very much. We did our 10:35. We have a 10:50, right on time for our 10:50 time item. Public Works, countywide traffic mitigation fees. Hi.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Were you here earlier when we were talking about traffic? You might have heard of some of that stuff. Anyway, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon now, Chairman Euler, members of the board. Stephanie Holloway with the Department of Public Works. We're here before you this afternoon to go through a number of fee programs, traffic mitigation fee programs for some annual review and adjustment. We have 3 items for you to consider. We'll take each one at a time, and we'll ask you to hold a public hearing and give you a recommendation. So I'll start with our countywide fee program. This fee program was adopted by your board in 1996. The fees are intended to fund various transportation projects throughout the county. Our ordinance does allow for an adjustment of this program on an annual basis, and this program is actually specifically identified to be calculated from April of the previous year to April this year, based on the 20-city construction cost index as published in the Engineering News Record. So the calculation from 2018 to 2019 comes out to 2.3%. We are asking that this increase be applied to all of the fee districts, all of the 11 districts except for Tahoe. So the Tahoe district is currently in the process of review, and so we're asking that you hold off on that district specifically, and recommendations for that program will be forthcoming. So if approved today, the fees would be adjusted 60 days from now and take effect July 29th of 2019. And with that, I'll read the action requested. We'll ask that you conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution to increase the capital improvement program costs and corresponding countywide traffic mitigation fees for all benefit districts except for Tahoe, to reflect an increase in the construction costs of 2.3%, based on the Engineering News Record of the 20-city average construction cost index from April of 18 to April of 19.
All right. Board members have any questions? Seeing no questions by board members, we'll open the public hearing. Members of the public wish to address the board? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back for consideration of the resolution. What's the pleasure of the board?
Approval of the resolution just discussed.
Motion Wygant, second Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None, with Gustafson absent. Moving on to the next item.
Yeah, so the next item is a fee program that we have jointly with the City of Roseville. It's Placer County City of Roseville Joint Fee Program. This fee program was established with the City of Roseville in 2004. And the funds associated with this program are intended to fund improvements to Baseline Road, the Willarga Road Bridge, as well as Fitiment Road. Again, annual adjustments in this program can be considered. The agreement with the city does specify that we use an average of the 20 city construction cost index and the San Francisco construction cost index. And it is actually based on a May to May time period, so you're going to see a little bit different calculation here. For this program, the calculation does come out to 2.33%, a little different than the countywide. And again, if approved today, the fees would take effect 60 days from now, effective July 29th of 2019. So again, we ask that you conduct a public hearing, adopt a resolution for the increase in the capital improvement program and fee program for the city-county fees as based on the engineering news record average of the 20 city and the San Francisco construction cost index of 2.33% from May 2018 to May 2019.
All right. Seeing no questions from board members, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. And we'll close the public hearing on this item. And what is the pleasure of the board? Okay. Motion Holmes and a second Gore to approve the attached resolution, pages 254 and 255 in our board packet. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Supervisor Gustafson absent. And finally, our Tier 2 development fee annual adjustment.
So third item, the Tier 2, as you stated, is a program that was established with the cities of Roseville, Rockland, Lincoln, South Placer Regional Transportation Authority, and Placer County in 2019. Funds collected for future implementation of Placer Parkway and some additional funding for the interchange of 65 and I-80. These funds are really implemented through development agreements on specific plans throughout each jurisdiction. Again, annual adjustments for this program are based on the average of the 20 city and San Francisco construction cost index from April the prior year to April of this year. That calculation comes out to 2.45%, and again, effective July 29th, 2019, should it be approved. The action, conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution to adjust the county's portion of the Tier 2 development fee to reflect an increase in the construction costs of 2.45% based on the average ENR of the 20 city and San Francisco construction cost index from April of 2018 to April of 2019.
All right. Seeing no comments from board members, we will open the public hearing on this item and close the public hearing on this item. What's the pleasure on the resolution on page 258 and 259 of our packet?
Approval.
Motion Wygant, second Gore. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. And Gustafson absent. Moving on to facilities management.
Good afternoon, Chair Euler and fellow board members. Brad Boulay, Deputy Director for Facilities Management. Today I'm very pleased to announce that on April 19th, Placer County received the 2018 Award of Excellence in Facilities Management, presented to us by the California Counties Facilities Services Association, better known as CCFSA. And there's our award.
Very nice.
This Award of Excellence recognizes outstanding facilities management of public facilities. This is our first submission attempt this year, and we're in good company. 3 other counties received this award statewide: Sacramento, Ventura, and San Diego. To be considered for this award, county applicants must be members of the association CCFSA in good standing for 2 years and have a representative attend associated meeting at least once during the current year. And some of the topics include do you have the use of a centralized work order system? Do you have a facility condition assessment program in place? Do you have continuous process improvement programs, energy management practices, and staff training programs, to name a few? So while providing some of the direction and motivation, my staff completed the 18-page questionnaire, resulting in this binder of information for our department, addressing all 29 application questions. So you can see the volume of work that was put into this. So the outcome of this, so creating this binder for us consolidated all of our facility management processes into one place, which it was scattered all over before in different files and everywhere. This is a positive step forward for us for 3 main reasons. It allows us to re-examine our processes each year and look for ways to improve delivery of services and manage the department more efficiently. Excuse me. It allows us to utilize the binder to help others both externally and internally understand our business model and what we do. It also allows us to utilize this binder and information for new employees for the onboarding process, which will help expedite their learning curve and become more productive in a shorter period of time. So at this point, I'd like to acknowledge my staff that helped create this binder and subsequently get the award. So Dennis Hughes is one of the staff members, Christy Cantrell, Dan Slifer, and Dwayne Espinoza on my team. So going forward, we plan to submit for this award each year and continue the legacy of excellence in facilities management of public facilities here at Placer County. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you. Board members have any comments?
Congratulations.
That's great.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, moving on, we are going to consider the sale of 2 undeveloped vacant properties in the Sabre City neighborhood.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name's Karen Boulay, and I'm here from Real Estate Services, and I'm here requesting your board adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the Director of Facilities Management to execute a purchase and sale agreement with Infinity Homes Incorporated for 2 properties in the Sabre City neighborhood. And as you can see, Sabre City is at the on the Sacramento County line, at the southwest portion of the county. More specifically, the properties would be the Vandenberg property, which is the large parcel. Its address is 105 Vandenberg Circle. It's a 3.7 acre portion of a 5 acre piece of property. It was acquired in 1969 via grant deed. It's split zoned as open space and multifamily residential. And the general plan designation is high density residential, 4 to 10 units, dwelling units per acre. The 1 acre park, it's a little over about 1.2 acres. That will be preserved. It's actually expanded a bit, and the county will continue to maintain it as it has in the past. And the second parcel, or the second property, is the Hap Arnold property. It does not have an address, but its entrance is on Hap Arnold Loop. It is a 0.41 acre piece of property, and it was acquired by grant deed in 1970 for non-payment of property taxes. And it too is it's zoned residential multifamily, and the general plan designation is also high density residential with 4 to 10 dwelling units per acre. So the county staff did check with planning for the general plan conformance, and they did make a finding so that we are able to sell these parcels. Both properties have been held by the county, undeveloped, and remained in our possession for the last 48 years. So we're ready to do something with those. So on October 9th, 2018, staff sought and received the board's approval to declare the properties no longer needed for public use pursuant to Government Code Section 25363. And the board did make that finding. They also authorized our Director of Public Works and Facilities to issue a written notice to sell pursuant to Government Code Section 54222. And under that code section, it does require, it has certain requirements. And one of those is that that the property, when it's offered for sale, when the written notice is issued, that it first be offered to local public entities and housing sponsors that are authorized to engage in or assist in the development of housing for persons or families of low or moderate income. So we issued that written notice to sell on October 23rd, 2018. We sent it out to the local public entities and to the housing sponsors. We did not receive any interest from public entities. No one contacted us. We waited the statutory time period, but we did receive 2 offers from 2 housing sponsors in the community. And that was Infinity Homes Incorporated and Habitat for Humanity. So while we're recommending that the board adopt or enter into the purchase and sale with Infinity Homes, we continue to work with Habitat for Humanity, looking for other properties that would fit their needs for development purposes. So we have not left them to the side. So the material terms of the purchase and sale agreement, which by the way is on file with the clerk of the board, it does include Infinity Homes as the buyer. The properties would be the Vandenberg property and the Hap Arnold property, and Infinity Homes does want to buy the 2 properties together, which was what we really were pleased with that. The purchase price will be $610,000, and that is over the appraised value of both properties. The effective date will be the last date of the signature of the last party to sign. The escrow period will be a 60-day escrow period, and that will start from the effective date. The buyer does have a 30-day contingency period that he can do all his property inspections for the condition and the environmental condition of this property. He will pay a deposit, or the Infinity Homes will pay a deposit on the property, and it will be 5 days from the effective date. He will be depositing $10,000, and it's refundable for the first 30 days while he's doing his contingency and inspections. But after that date, the deposit will not be refundable unless the county terminates the sale, but the deposit will be applied to the purchase price. So the title that's conveyed on this property will be subject to Government Code Section 54222.5, and that requires a restricted deed for in the sale. And that's if housing is developed on this property, it requires that no less than 25% of the housing units that are developed be made available to lower income households as defined in Health and Safety Code Section 50052.5, 50053, and 50079.5. And they have specific requirements. It's a complex formula. We will be paying a broker commission of 3% on the sale price. And this property will be conveyed with no warranties. So there'll be no warranties as to condition, as to entitlement rights, or if there's hazardous materials on the property or not. So no warranties. And almost done. The sale is exempt from CEQA, as it does not, we can't see any effect on the environment by the sale of this property. It's a surplus property sale and a minor land division. As to fiscal, the funds that would come in, the $610,000, could go into our county general fund, and the divestiture of these properties would eliminate the costs associated with maintaining the property and the management and insurance costs. So that concludes my presentation, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to address those now.
Board members have any questions? Supervisor Gore?
No questions. So
Okay.
how about I'll wait until we open up for public comment and then make my suggestion.
Anybody want to address the board on this item under public comment? I think the floor is yours.
Terrific. So thank you very much, and it's nice to see that we sell this property. We'll get some affordable housing units out of it, which is terrific. I would like to make a proposal, and that is, I know the proceeds of the sale will go to the general fund. And as we look at challenges with affordable housing, I'd be interested in having those funds go to our housing trust fund so that we can add another $600,000 to that trust fund as we have to continue to look at opportunities to provide that need.
I like this suggestion. I would defer to council as to bringing it back to the board if there's any process that, I mean, since it would be, I'm assuming, a budget revision when you're taking a physical asset, turning it into liquid cash upon the completion of the sale, and then allocating that to a particular budget item. I'm assuming there will be a budget revision that would be required for that, or no?
My assumption here, and Karen, you can add to it, this would be a revenue that would be coming into the county. There wouldn't be an appropriation that would be made at this point for the expenditure of those dollars. It'd just be a direction of where the allocation of those funds would be aligned, because right now, you know, as was stated, it would just go right directly in the general fund. But if you wanted to make the disbursement into the housing trust fund, that's
why don't, in the interest of not counting our chickens before they have hatched, why don't we simply, upon completion of the sale, knock on wood, that we bring back a separate board item for the board to direct the funds accordingly. That makes sense? Okay. Supervisor Holmes, any thoughts?
Oh, I just want to say that's exactly what I was thinking, so thank you, Supervisor.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Well, then, I'll take that as a motion by Gore and a second by Holmes to proceed with the resolution authorizing the sale of these properties. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. And Gustafson absent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to now us spending money as opposed to taking money in.
Good afternoon, Lori Morse, Deputy Director of Facilities Management.
Well, I'm sorry, what was that title again?
Deputy Director of Facilities Management.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I heard that right.
Today I'm here requesting that your board, let me advance this. Today I'm here requesting that your board adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Facilities Management or designee to finalize and execute a funding agreement to provide up to $205,000 in Placer Legacy Open Space Funds towards the Placer Land Trust acquisition of an agricultural conservation easement on approximately 137 acres of land located at 4845 Bell Road in Auburn from the Patricia L. Beard, trustee of the Beard Family Trust. This property is comprised of 5 parcels, and it is on the west of Bell Road, north of Hubbard Road. It is contiguous with Placer Land Trust protected lands, and the Land Trust lands is also contiguous to protected and preserved Hidden Falls Regional Park. This property is within the Placer County Conservation Plan Reserve Acquisition Area, and the conservation of this property will extend the permanent conservation block of lands to a combined total of 7,400 acres. The acquisition of a conservation easement meets the Placer Legacy Open Space and Agricultural Conservation Program objectives. It protects in perpetuity the Beard property's agricultural and biological, scenic, including current and future livestock grazing operations, blue oak woodland habitat, recreational, open space, and viewshed values. It's designated by the Natural Resources Conservation Service soils mapping as farmland of local importance and contains excellent water availability. It contains 78 acres of oak woodland habitat and has stream watershed associated with Raccoon Creek, which is approximately 200 feet from the property's western boundary. Since the property is part of the reserve acquisition area of the Placer County Conservation Plan, the legacy portion of this acquisition could be counted towards the $47,300 conservation goal under the PCCP, with third-party beneficiary enforcement rights and agency approvals. So for this reason, following your board's approval of this funding agreement, staff will ensure that the conservation easement designates the county as a third-party beneficiary, providing the county rights to enforce terms of this easement. The Placer Land Trust has requested Placer Legacy Program funding to leverage significant funding that the Land Trust has successfully applied for from the Department of Conservation, including the Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Program and the California Farmland Conservancy Program, which total $1,194,000. Those funds are required to close escrow, and prior to close of escrow, the county would deposit up to $205,000 into escrow as contribution to this conservation easement purchase price. If the acquisition doesn't close within 180 days following the funding agreement effective date, then the county could receive its contribution back unless we extend the close of escrow by mutual agreement of the parties. The funding agreement will require that the Land Trust acknowledges the county contribution on any signs or promotional materials, and allows the county to accompany the Land Trust on monitoring visits to assess compliance with terms of the conservation easement. At the April 8th Placer County Agricultural Commission, the county planning staff, Nikki Stregan, provided a presentation of this proposed acquisition and the use of Placer legacy funds, and received support of the commission. The Beard Ranch, is to be noted, has been an active learning site for Placer County agricultural interests. The landowner has hosted Placer County Farm and Barn Tour, and the UC Davis Cooperative Extension, Placer Land Trust, and Tahoe Cattlemen's Association have held seminars and events on this site. The agricultural conservation easement will permit trail amenities. However, it's to be noted that any construction and maintenance of trails and amenities would be allowed only with advance approval of the owner and the land trust, and the completion of subsequent environmental review and receipt of project approvals. The owner is willing to sell the conservation easement at a price as determined by Placer Land Trust appraiser, which is yet to be completed. However, for the purposes of their application to the Department of Conservation, they obtained a preliminary value at $1,366,600. The request of the county is that we fund up to 15% of the negotiated purchase price, but at a price not to exceed $205,000. So based on this preliminary purchase price, the county has estimated that the total project cost is $215,000. $205,000 would come from the Open Space Fund, $1,150, and the remaining $10,000 would come from the Real Estate Services budget for 2018-19. So this concludes my formal presentation. I'm open to questions that you may have. Thank you.
Board members have questions on this item. Supervisor Gore?
A question about the easement and the recreation issue.
Mhm.
So you said that it would have to get approval by the owner and the land trust and environmental review. If there were trails built in that area, does that come back to our board, or does it just go to the land trust?
I would anticipate that the county would have to acquire a trail easement as a part of this process from the owner.
Okay.
So it would come back to the board.
Thank you.
So this parcel is not currently integrated into any of the trail master plans that we have for the North Auburn area and for the Hidden Falls Park in particular, correct?
No, it's not.
Okay. However, we do have an avenue through which we could pursue trails on this.
Correct. The conservation easement would not preclude the ability to use the property for that purpose.
But certainly doesn't grant it by right. So really, our board really needs to be making this decision based solely on the value that this contributes to our overall conservation strategy. It should have no consideration in regard to our recreational amenities.
Correct.
Looking at the aerial of the parcels that are assembled here, it looks like there are 5 separate parcels. You can see construction on the western side, the eastern side, not the western side. On the eastern side of various buildings. With the establishment of the conservation easement, is any future building allowed on any of those parcels?
Yes, I believe there's the building envelope for the current residents, and I believe there was an additional building envelope being contemplated on that property.
Okay. Do we know where that additional building, and is that on the 75-acre piece?
Oh, yeah, I'm not exactly sure where that building envelope is.
Okay. My concern, of course, is if we are purchasing this for the conservation value, what does the future development of this site with another building envelope, what does that do to the conservation value of this site?
Okay, so I have to say from the funder, the Department of Conservation, programs, they're about preserving the agricultural use of the property and maximizing that, so that they would minimize the amount of coverage that would be used for non-agricultural purposes. So I could get back to you with that information.
I'm just curious, and I guess maybe perhaps Greg, and any thoughts in terms of, obviously we are being scrutinized by the federal regulatory agencies, particularly in the startup phase. The PCCP is acquiring properties for our stay-ahead provision. We've already got significant holdings of oak woodlands that qualify. Do we think that this is really the highest and best use for the limited dollars that we have for the acquisition of ground at this point?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Greg McKenzie, the Placer County Conservation Program Administrator. So this acquisition is actually being proposed under the Department of Conservation's Agricultural Land Sustainability Program, and not specifically to the PCCP. But for those of you familiar with the PCCP, we do have agricultural conservation easements and a set aside of agricultural lands to be preserved in the future. So arguably these could, in the future, if the PCCP is approved, be counted toward.
The PCCP is approved?
Yes. When the PCCP is approved, could be counted towards meeting our conservation of ag lands objective for the lands included within the conservation easement. We would exclude future building envelopes and other incompatible uses with conservation for those purposes. So it is.
We're not looking at this from any oak woodland standpoint value then. Is that what you're saying? It's just the ag conservation easement?
It would likely qualify for both, actually, with 78 acres of oak woodlands and other habitat types being adjoined to other future conservation easements that we will hopefully hold, and lands that we will hopefully own in the future. So we will make a shot at, in the future, when the PCCP is approved, at qualifying this as part of the reserve system.
Is that at 100, what is the total, 137 acres, it falls below our 200-acre standalone threshold, but the adjacency to other pieces that are in conservation is what makes that attractive.
Yes, sir. So yeah, for lands which are proposed to be placed in the reserve system, the first box that you need to check, if you will, is 200 acres. Principally applies to the valley, vernal pool grasslands. This happens to be in the foothills, but nonetheless, those acreage areas are contiguous to other conservation easements, so adjacent or connected being the second box you need to check.
Right.
Another one being, are you adjacent or connected to the stream system?
Right.
Being another one. So this one checks a lot of those boxes.
Okay. That's helpful, thank you. Supervisor Wygant?
It just, some personal perspective in regards to the comments from my colleagues for what it's worth, but also with a focus on something that I think is important. So with legacy, going back to legacy, under which the PCC is a component, I think of these acquisitions as being regulatory and non-regulatory. So in my view, my personal opinion is that because we've seen Department of Conservation grants that I think typically have been about 50% of the acquisition values, and this one's much higher, so that gives it a big shot in the arm in my view. And it does, though, spill over into having both regulatory and non-regulatory value, but in my opinion, it's consistent with the Placer Legacy Program, which is open space and agricultural preservation, for which the board historically has just put in general fund monies into the open space reserve. So that's kind of where I am sitting as it relates to this particular acquisition. But the key point with all of that is I think it's, and I talked to Todd about this recently, and I think we're all on the same page, but I think it's really important that when we finish up the PCCP very quickly, no pressure, Greg, we have a board conversation about what we want to do in terms of marrying these two programs or not, because it's, I have some preferences obviously, but it's a critical strategic point, I think, as it relates to what the board historically has done with its open space program that was non-regulatorily driven from the beginning, but more compliant with the general plan per se, but there's a lot to sink our teeth into there, and I think it's really important we talk through that thoroughly.
Okay, thank you. All right, other thoughts by board members? Seeing none, any member of the public wish to address the board on this item prior to us taking action? And we'll bring it back to the board. What's the pleasure? Second. A motion, Holmes, and a second, Wygant, to approve the acquisition of the agricultural easement as presented, or to assist with, I should say, the acquisition. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. And Gustafson absent. Okay, Health and Human Services. We got a staffing item.
Good morning, or afternoon, Chairman Euler, members of the board. Today I'm bringing forward an agreement for a temporary.
I do need your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I feel like I've never done this before. I'm Amy Ellis with the Adult System of Care.
Thank you.
I am bringing forward an agreement for temporary staffing services with Jackson and Coker, a temporary psychiatric service provider. The Adult System of Care requires locum tenens to augment county staff or fill in when unexpected departures take place. Psychiatric services are a requirement for our eligible Medi-Cal and indigent county residents. This flexible staffing service allows us to meet our state mandated network adequacy standards. ASOC is, however, working to build capacity within our county staff and contracted nurse practitioners to decrease the need for this temporary staffing contract in the future. These services are 60% federally and state funded and 40% county general funded. Today, the actions we are requesting, there are three, are first, to approve an increase of $100,000 to the aggregate amount of the agreements with Jackson and Coker Holdings, LLC, doing business as Jackson and Coker Locum Tenens, LLC, and California Locums, PC, for temporary staffing services for a maximum aggregate amount of $425,000 through June 30th, 2019. Second, to approve the renewal of the agreements with Jackson and Coker in the aggregate amount of $425,000 from July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, with the option to renew the agreements in an aggregate amount of $425,000 for one additional year term. And lastly, to authorize the purchasing manager to sign all required documents and authorize any required change orders up to a maximum amount of $42,500 annually, consistent with the procurement policy, subject to departmental concurrence and available funding.
All right, questions by board members? Any members of the public have any questions? Question of council, may all three items be taken at once, or do you prefer them separate?
You can take it as one.
Take all three as one? Wow, a rare occurrence. Yeah, before she changed her mind, Holmes is in there. All right, we have a motion, Holmes, a second, Wygant, to approve item 10A, 1, 2, and 3. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Gustafson absent. The jokes that I wanted to tell on this one, but I'm just going to leave it alone and let you introduce the item, and we'll just move right on.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This next item, we're asking you to approve the base bid award of competitive bid number 10236 to Tykert Construction for this summer's hot mix asphalt overlay in the amount of $4,700,048 and authorize the Director of Public Works or his designee to execute contract change orders up to the amount of $247,500. We're also asking you to authorize the Director of Public Works or his designee to award additive alternate number 1 to Tykert Construction in an amount not to exceed $1 million based on available funding that we won't know what exactly that is until the end of August. So the base bid covers approximately 12 miles of road, half of which are in the Tahoe area, the other half are in Loomis, Meadow Vista, and Lincoln. If we're able to do the work in additive alternate, we'll add about another 2.5 miles in West Roseville and Granite Bay. With the assistance of the Procurement Services Division, we put out this project to bid and solicited in accordance with the Public Contract Code. We opened bids on May 2nd, and Tykert Construction was the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Board members have any questions? Supervisor Gore.
I just hope you get to option 1, since those roads need work too. So
Sure. And if I may, the new gas tax, SB1, which provides funding through the road maintenance rehabilitation account, those, when the state collects those funds at the pump, there's about a 2-month lag in the county receiving that month's draw, if you will. So we're hoping that in the payments we receive in July and August will be enough money to award the additive alternate.
All right, thank you very much. Any members of the public have any questions or comments for our board prior to taking action on this item? Council?
Separate.
All right. So, being asked to first approve the competitive bid number 10236, what's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Motion Holmes, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. And Gustafson absent. And then we're being asked to authorize Director of Public Works to award the additive alternative number 1 to Tykert Construction pursuant to bid 10236. All right, we had a motion Holmes and a second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. And Gustafson absent. And with that, we arrive at our last action item of the day. Mr. Joyce, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of your board, Todd, Karen, Joel Joyce of the County Executive Office. The 2 actions before you today will finalize the direction your board gave to staff in October 2018 to move the Veterans Services Department under their Health and Human Services Department. These 2 ordinances will formalize the new appointing and reporting structure in county code, as well as officially move all the allocations into the Health and Human Services Department. The fiscal piece of the merger will be done administratively for the new fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2019, and will be reflected in the upcoming budget. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions your board may have.
Do we have any questions, Supervisor Gore?
Yes, so thank you, Joel. I do have a question, and not that we have any problem with our veteran services officers who do a very good job, but I had an opportunity to speak with a veteran in a different county, and when he found out I was on the Board of Supervisors, longtime family friend, he said, you know, you need to make sure veterans get their needs met. And he encouraged me to make sure that we have a process for our residents to let us know when maybe our veterans are not getting the services needed. So I don't know if we have a process for folks to make us aware that they're not getting their needs met. I don't know what process that is when residents can say, hey, this isn't going well. But, you know, our veterans often fall through the cracks, and I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to provide the services that they deserve.
Okay, Todd, you want to?
Yeah, I do. And Jeff, if you may have some other comments as this as well. But, you know, I think our ultimate goal is to ensure that we provide these services effectively and efficiently. And veteran services officers, even though we provide services to our residents, they also provide services to a number of other folks. Veterans can actually utilize our services even if they don't reside in the county. So I think, you know, Jeff, I would touch on that. I think our intent is to make sure that, you know, they get the timely services, and if we need resources towards that, that's why.
Just like all of our programs, we have numerous ways people can contact us if they don't feel like their needs are getting met. So on our website, people can make comments, and we follow those up individually. We have places where people can drop off feedback, like any anonymous comments that they'd like to make. Another way is our veteran services officer is very visual in the community. She attends many meetings. We can get those comments directly from some of the various veterans groups. So, I mean, I think we like the feedback. That's the only way we're going to get better is when we know that we're not totally meeting everyone's needs. So we can just be assured that as we make this transition, we'll look at web pages, we'll look at how they solicit feedback exactly within that office, and just try to make sure that we have multiple venues where people can bring any concerns forward. And then, of course, a lot of people like to go directly to your offices and make those concerns known, and then, of course, you refer them to us, and we jump on those immediately when they come from each of you.
Terrific. I appreciate that. Obviously, you know, you're going to have people come to you about all sorts of different services and what they may be getting or not getting, but it's helpful to know that we've got opportunities via the website, residents coming to us. If we've got suggestion or feedback boxes, things like that in county offices, that's helpful.
We'll try to make sure that they have multiple avenues to bring their concerns forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Okay, we'll close public comment. We have two separate ordinances. The first is page 300 through 303 of our board packet. What's the pleasure of the board? Motion Holmes, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, none, with Gustafson absent. Second ordinance is 304 and 305 of our agenda packet. Motion Wygant, second Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, none. And Gustafson isn't here, curiously. So with that, we're going to go ahead into closed session.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider on the regular agenda 2 items of existing litigation. A, Bakulich, B, Cole versus County, and on the supplemental agenda, also existing litigation. C, concerned citizens for community and public lands versus county, and 1 item of anticipated litigation.
Thank you very much. We'll be back. Any idea, guess on time?
Sorry.
Half hour. So after you report out, Jim, I'm going to throw it to you to...
Ready? The board met in closed session. They considered under the regular agenda, under existing litigation, in Ray Eric Bakulich, and gave direction for settlement. The board considered Cole versus County of Placer and provided direction. Under the supplemental agenda, under existing litigation, the board considered the new case of concerned citizens for community and public lands versus County of Placer, This was a status report only, no action taken. On anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, the board received a report and authorized retention of outside counsel. This concludes closed session. Report out.
And at this time, the chair is happy to recognize Supervisor Holmes to adjourn our meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Shig Yakoti.
Thank you very much. All right, see you all next time.
So that's